Okay, I believe we're live now. And hopefully today my things just don't go weird with the graphics. I don't know what happened. It wasn't my driver. There's no updates or anything, so I don't know what happened last stream. Maybe it just wasn't happy that I kept my computer alive for so many days in a row. We're not doing Unity today. We're going to be doing some other stuff. Cooler stuff. Much more fun, invigorating stuff. But I am working on the game. It's feeling closer and closer to done. There's a lot of assets I've worked on. Especially this. That was fun making that last night. Probably want to do some more. It's not done yet, but it's like 90% done. But it still needs a little bit more until I can call it complete. And then level designing actually works now because of our texture input thing. So it's been fun kind of experimenting and seeing how things work there. Anywho, we're not going to be doing that today, though. Today we're actually working on the Ascii game idea, or the engine at least, the rendering stuff. Yet another iteration on it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to start setting up the workspace for it. And I think it's going to be in projects. Yeah, Ascii Quest. Yep, this is the one with the CBMP. Perfect. And then we're going to have another one open at the same location because we're going to be doing a couple things here. Yeah, just him. This is going to be our text editing side. And then here's where we're going to be doing our building and running. So last time... Ooh. Oh, right, because I was figuring out stuff. But we were able to get some stuff being rendered. What's going on, Ben? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the stream. I'm not punishing myself, man. It's great. And besides, it's very different from the IDs and stuff I work with. Jesus loves you. Yes, he does. And he loves you too, man. He loves everyone. He died for our sins. There's no greater love than that, right? And all I can do is just trying to pursue that and to follow in his example. And I believe everyone should do that as well. But yeah, Vim is great. I love Vim. I use like IDs and other stuff like Writer for Unity and C#, but for personal work, it's super nice to just be able to do this. It feels very like you start actually having a better like you actually it's funny because like IDs are powerful, but when you're just using like raw Vim, I start having like very explicit memory and understanding of like the application or the program, because you have to actually remember the exact names for things. So it's a very interesting thing that ends up happening. I feel like Vil is like a toxic girlfriend. Feel safe, but you'll be better off once you leave. What are you talking about, dude? I feel like Val. How is it a toxic girlfriend, dude? Yeah, Vim is great. And if you're not even... I use Vim motions in all IDs I work with, like CLion, Writer. When I used to use VS Studio, I still try doing that, though I think the Vim plugins suck there nowadays. It's fantastic. Like, my ability to actually input and navigate and create the things I want to create is actually way more... It's very fast, it's very clear, I get to what I want. actually, I want to do, I'm thinking, am I going to do like a int2 or a float3 data type for some of this stuff? Okay, let's just actually, let me just build first and see what the errors are. It's probably because I was pseudocoding last stream, and I was just thinking about stuff, but I didn't actually commit to anything. Variably modified POSIX is at file scope. What's going on here? No, 1 second. I have the build of the game working right now, and that's my mom sending stuff on Facebook. I'll keep my notifications on. I just need to keep it low. I need to change my notification sounds because work gives me this, like, I have the same notification for work, and it like that same sound effect, I've Pavloved myself into having this stress response. So it's not great. Yeah, we have this int too, but all right, so what's going on here? 37, all these. Yeah, the problem is I keep going, like, abandoning C for a while, and when I come back to it, it's always kind of a janky, like, I'm trying to remember, I forget some syntax, and it's kind of a struggle to get back into it. Variably modified file scope, man. Why is this wrong? It's saying variably modified, but this is a const. Oh, does that have to be a define? Yeah, that's one less error. And then I think there's some pseudocode. Yeah, because I was pseudocoding. So I've made some hard decisions about how I want to architect this and how I want this to work. So we should be good there. Yeah, and every other place where we have this const, we have to replace it with a define. Like here, for example. No biggie. Just something to be mindful about. Build. And what's going on here? At line 65. Right, because I was about to start defining an enum. And I was going to do stuff like standard fragment shader, or maybe something else. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys, though. My bad. Have you tried Helix? Not really. No, I'm good, man. Timothy Connor, love your content. Thank you, man. I'm glad you like the keyboard, dude. I think the issue for me was how I had to position my hands. It's a very, if you're not, so learning Vim, I had to actually learn how to do home row. So I had to like relearn how to type and do like the standard position and everything, but yeah, it's good. No, I'm good, dude. Like, I'm happy with what I have. Like, I'm able to be very productive with what I have. It feels good. In fact, it's so much that, like, I've even configured my i3 and environment to be, like, configured around the same Vim motions. Like, I think I've written, like, a whole game engine and tile editor around Vim motions. I like the way it works, man. I think if there's something I was incontent with, then I would be more open to exploring stuff, but legitimately, like, this does what I want it to do, so I'm good here, man. Alright, what's going on here? Shader programs. So I don't think I've defined this right. I've forgotten how to do enums. I might have to open up a not old, but our past project. Let's see here. Yeah, it was gonna be Riven, or it's called task. Yeah, so I need to remember how stuff is done here. No, that's actually simple syntax. I mean, over there I explicitly assign the values. I wonder if I have to do that in C. I I thought I didn't have to, but I'll have to figure out. I have to also do that prefix too. Yeah, we're still having the same thing. Ah. Shaders. I don't think we're going to do this rendering thing, so I have an idea for how to remove this so that we can keep things as just shader programs. We're going to find out today, though. I have some loose ideas I've kept in the back of my mind, but today we're going to actually try applying some weight to these ideas and see if they actually support themselves or maybe we have to do something different. Yeah, we do have to do that. Okay. What's going on here? So it's mad about... Oh, there's also a thing here. Expected before enum. What's going on here? Ah, semicolon. And something with renderer. What's going on with renderer? Identifier. Before token. Okay, why is this being odd? I know I defined some stuff here, but I don't think I'm doing anything crazy. Everything here seems to be normal. Where have I gone astray? And specifically after renderer. So I'm probably just forgetting something somewhere. I mean, we have this macro that's defined, but that's seems correct. Type def struct color, type def struct render. Then we do this whole function pointers here. And we end with a renderer. I don't need a semicolon for defines. At least I don't think so. I mean, let's check. But last time, yeah, no. Defines don't have to have that. In fact, they explicitly don't have that. Also, I can have enums that don't have a number assigned to them, so that's not the issue. Oh, I started defining it over here. Okay, never mind. The syntax is fine everywhere else. Okay, we're good there. And if I run... Okay, cool, and it's rendering that image. Now let's do something a little bit fun. I want to grab another image that's actually good, because if you don't remember last time, our PNG, like our graphics drivers just failed. So I couldn't really use any of these applications to draw anything. So we're having a little bit of a hard time. That was a little rough for us. But now that we're back in business, let's try grabbing an actually nice image sprite. We're gonna, you know what? Let's just use the one I used for each engine project I've done before. I'm gonna just yoink the character sprite sheet I had from that and try it out. Projects. Oh, where's the cozy engine? Is it here? Streamworld, the cozy engine, data, textures. Did I get rid of the test character stuff? I might have done that already, actually. Yeah, because these are all the characters from that game. Tragic. Okay. I think I have other versions that might have it. On off, new site, mini quest, assets. I'm gonna have to re-edit this though. Idle down. Yep. Though that's not gonna quite work, but it's fine. We'll work with this for now, and I'll convert it to BMP. And I'm gonna catch up in chat right now, guys, so let me know if there's something I need to respond to before I check Ascii quest. I'm just gonna dump everything here right now. So we're using a library that only does BMPs, so we're just gonna work with that format for right now. So we have this character sprite I did a long time ago. Let's save this again, but this time let's save her as, and instead of this, let's go here and change the sprite to be, well, I think it's idle down, underscore down, yeah. So try building again, invalid file depth. Wait, what? Interesting. It says invalid file depth. Huh. Well, that's new. And it's not too crazy because the last time we just made a sprite. Like, let's try this again, but last time we did this essentially. Or in fact, let's open up the actual test BMP. It was a 16 by 16 image, but we can resize it, right? Does it have to be fixed color? Well, we have it though. It's indexed. Save it. Go back to here. Build. Okay. Okay, you can kind of see your sprite popping up there. Let me increase the resolution a little bit more. I don't know why it's so small. Interesting. So even when we increase the resolution, it's just stretching out. Huh. That's interesting. All right, let me catch up with chat now. All right, 1 second. Also, my SSD would definitely be easier with a split keyboard. Also, no, I use a regular keyboard for all my Vim stuff too, and it's fine. My SSD for my laptop came in, and I can't wait to install it, and got Lego Jurassic World to work on RPCS. Wait, what? Really? RPCS 3? I've heard about that. Well, that's like the PS3 emulator, right? Aren't they doing some things for... No, that's for other games. They're doing like native recompilation. I saw some cool stuff about that. Buenos noches. What's up, Syndicate? How you doing tonight, Cozy? I'm doing pretty good. Got a lot of... getting a lot of work done on the FNF on Radio Rush this week. So I'm kind of treating myself with some more Ascii game deving. And this time, our graphics driver is not going to die, so... I'm at least for now, I'm hoping it doesn't. So I'm just gonna have some fun working with this, And I have some ideas I've been kicking around, so it's gonna be fun to just try to realize them. And I'm also testing out to see just how this image rendering stuff is gonna look in practicality. You can see how their image is flipped upside down, so you have to do something with that. Yeah, oh no, not bad. Also, where's width and height? This is iterating on the width and height of the image. I have to. I need to see what's going on here. I've had been slight flickering textures and cutscenes taking a second or two to fully load. Oh, that's not bad though. I remember seeing someone demo like having PS3 emulation on the Steam Deck with RPCS 3, I think. And I was kind of surprised by just how well it was performing. It's pretty insane. Absolutely insane. Why are we drawing? What? Clear. Oh, I think I was just testing this draw buffer thing. We don't need that. So we build a buffer that's 100 by 100 wide, which should accommodate us. And then we iterate through this image. And we're only getting part of the image. That's what's also very weird to me. And then we have buffer draw chart and then X and Y. And final. And that's also not quite... Like there's something going on. I'm not sure if it's with the buffer. Clear buffer. Build buffer. Right buffer. I should probably change these names to be very specific. Buffer draw chart. And this is okay, here we go. So you have an int X and Y. We check to see these coordinates are valid. And if they're not, we early return. Then we do index equals y times width plus x, because we're going downwards. Okay. And then we set as buffer. Okay, cool. So that seems reasonable so far. And then how are we getting width and height? Oh, there's a function called get width and get height. I wonder if it's actually correct though. We set the image height to be 32 by 32, right? So if I were to turn early, if I were to just print F real quick, oh, I'm doing C# stuff. Let's see how well this actually works. We spelled something. Oh, there we go. Segmentation core dumped. Okay. Well, that's fun. I don't know how that produces that. Oh, D, not a string. Whoops, forgot. Like I said, it gets rusty. Okay, so it's 32 by 32, so we're getting the correct range. So we should be iterating through the correct stuff. Clear buffer, clear screen, height, RGB, gradient, get pixel, XY. And then you provide XY. So this buffer, we can all agree. Everyone here in chat, there's no secrets, right? We all agree that the buffer, the screen output, should be 100 by 100, right? We're not crazy there. That's what it is. And we just confirmed that the image is 32 by 32. Which means that we should be well within the range to draw the entirety of that image on our screen. And yet, when we build and run, I see only part of image. Now I wonder if it's clearing prematurely, and that's why it doesn't get a chance to fully print everything out. I remember we did like a dumb thing in the inner loop to like delay it. I guess it's dumb only if it doesn't work, right? What was it? I was gonna eventually do the actual proper, like, check how much time it took to compute the update and then wait the remainder to enforce 60 frames per second waiting, but I think in the interim I ended up doing something super sloppy, which is just waiting, like looping for a bunch and then going back again. I need to find, where is it? Is it an application? Is it down here? Yeah, it's look at that. Oh, what was that? Elapsed time. We use that for oh, are we actually doing like a check for the time to enforce? I don't know what we're doing there, I'm gonna be honest with you. But this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open that file, yoink it, and then maybe we'll actually do the proper implementation later on down the line. Task manager, terminal utils, project view, method, application. Yeah, edit anyways, I don't care. Yeah, we're just gonna, don't mind me, just gonna be yoinking this. Is that what I want? Yeah, eventually I want to do like a delta time thing. We're actually not doing delta time, we're doing a fixed update thing, so. I need to find that elapsed time. What is that? There you are, your double precision thing. We'll just define you up here. Do you compile? No, you don't, because there's other variables that have to be defined. Of course. So I believe T1 and T2 are not defined. So let's just find you guys. Where are you defined? Oh, perfect. Actually, probably need those three too. Alright, I'm gonna check chat right now, guys. Just 1 sec. No, that didn't solve it. Did I save? No, it did save the main.t. And this is happening after the drawing happens, yeah? And after we draw the buffer. So yeah. Alright, let me catch. What's going on here? Which was this Ubuntu? When did you start coding after work? What time did you start coding after work? It depends. Sometimes I code right after work. Sometimes I start coding at like 8 or 9 p.m. Today it's around then actually, because I was doing some work on the Radio Rush before streaming. That's usually how it is for me. Let me see. Kyle. That's where when I usually start working. Can you code my Roblox game? I'm sorry, I cannot, my friend. I only desire to do some C stuff right now. Yeah, Nightbot, DB, Slack, and Syndicate. We got to work on that. I need to just write our own bot at some point. Let's see. I always wanted to learn programming. I'm just a Windows engineer supporting Microsoft products. Wait, what? I always wanted to learn programming. I'm just a Windows engineer supporting Microsoft products. As in, like, you work for Windows and, like, build or patch support their products. And thank you, Syndicate, for explaining that to catching Bababooey up. I'm not going to hang out for long. I'm actually staff at an anime convention this weekend. That sounds like a lot of fun. Lots of walking. I currently have a very short attention span. Feel like good to see you, though. Yeah, of course, Syndicate. Thanks for popping in. Always appreciate it. But yeah. Yeah, hopefully that should be all the questions that I answered. Now the real question is, why is this not working? Are we doing things correctly? Oh, are we supposed to be timing? Am I supposed to be timing, yeah, am I supposed to be timing, the execution of the update before I do that? That might be what's going on. Yeah, there's like a thing that happens before this, get time of day, that I missed. In the, here. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's try building. Now that looks consistent. And now we know for a fact this is not working as intended at all. I kind of want to try this with a different, like, what if we try, no, that's not going to work. There's another, so for the game, for Radio Rush, I did some cool assets, and I did this background last night. And I'd like to test it with this, but at the same time, it's going to be way too high res for that. Like, it's going to be cropped up over here. We're going to see mostly just dark for like 100 pixels, so that's not going to work. But yeah, I'm not lying. We're doing some work on the game. Radio Rush is going to come out. But that being said, there we go. Yeah, it's very strange. Because it seems like we're only getting just a fraction of our lag. Like, let's do... Why is this laggy? Don't do this to me again. I don't want to go through graphics driver dead scenario once more. That was painful. Okay, and it's updated. Yeah, like, you see, like, there's these. This is supposed to be. This character's supposed to be. Ugh, this character's supposed to be next to this one, but they're stretched out. That's what's weird. It's like all of these are being deformed in some way. Like the way we're sampling colors is just not working correctly for some reason. And I would have thought it would be kind of straightforward because, well, we get the width and height of the image that we're sampling. That's straightforward. We iterate through that specific range. I guess we can do a check to be like, hey, are we let's iterate over the buffer instead, and then we'll check to see if we're also in the range of the image, and we'll try sampling that. Yeah, it's very weird. Like, this is going to be X all the way up to 32, 0 to 32. You have a good one, Syndicate. Take care. I need to clean up my main PC storage. I was on there one day just deleting PDFs that I had to make to turn on for class assignments, and I gained over 100 gigabytes. That's crazy. But I mean, images in particular. can be beefy. Well, videos especially, but dang, that's a lot though. That is a lot of gigabytes of just homework, dude. That is pretty nuts. Very nuts. All right. Let's try diagnosing this issue of why we can't, you know, I should also, I could just open up the file and see what's going on. What we have here, we have get pixel RGB. This is the public stuff, right? So you have the bopen, deep copy, the function for getting width and height, get depth, get pixel RGB, and that's what we're doing here. Get pixel underscore RGB. Yeah, and then we provide pointers to the values you're modifying. Int X, int Y. Yep, X and Y. How you'd expect it. Let's try unflipping this though. So let's do, I don't know, height -1. Do a minus minus, and then while it's greater than or equal to 0. I don't think I'm using the API wrong. Oh. It's still upside down. What is going on? I guess, okay, never mind. Because it's going to be, no matter what, we're still iterating across the buffer and image the same way. So I have to actually invert stuff on the buffer. So I'll do like 32 minus Y, I guess. And flip it there. Or we can flip what we're sampling. So 32 minus Y, 32 minus X. And then we get nothing. Equally fun. Don't know why that's happening. I'd do like 31 or something? That'd be weird. I feel like that would cause an issue. No, because you're starting to see the top over here a little bit. But we're still seeing like this. That's odd. You know what? We're going to do this. I'm just going to iterate across the entirety of our buffer size. Instead. Though it really shouldn't have affected things, but it's going to segfault. Yeah, because we're sampling things outside of our range. And it's not going to be happy about that. So we're going to do some more placeholder stuff. I'm wondering, is there something we have to set for buffer? Let's check. We have this thing called build buffer. And we set the globals to that. The buffer size is going to be the product of those two things. What's going on, Mustafa? What are we doing? I'm starting to make like a little mini software rendered. Well, I mean it is software rendered, but It's like Ascii little game engine. And right now, the first key to this is just getting an image rendered onto the screen into our little Ascii buffer correctly. And then after that, I want to start implementing the baseline for like this pipeline, because I want to do like this. I want to do like this ray tested shader pipeline, so that we can like have. I want to have the same idea as like shader programs for this. But like, because it's all, we're not using the GPU or anything for this, it's all just purely on the CPU side of things. It's kind of fun because all the shader programs are going to be just regular functions in here. And I was thinking last stream about how we're going to handle the conceptual uniforms for this and how I want to store it. And I think I found the way I want to be able to have it stored, so that when you do like the ray test from a ray intersection test from the camera, and as it tests against geometry, how we're gonna go about invoking the actual fragment calls on stuff. I think I have a solution that works for what I want it to do. So it's gonna be fun. I'm sure there's more I need to clean off as well. I simulated a couple of games. Thinking about having my main system as Linux as well, but I need to save a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can always have like I still have my Windows partition on a SSD somewhere, and I've done it where I plugged it in onto my machine as a second thing, and you can still access the files in Windows, which is very trippy and weird, but it was kind of fun that I was able to access it through Ubuntu. I've done this before. That sounds fun. Yeah, I imagine that this is not like super uncommon, but it just seems like a fun project to do. Let's go stuff and just want to keep it simple for now. Yeah, no problem with that, man. I understood some of that. Okay, where did I lose you, man? And we can work from there. Technically, I wrote something in C that did IBM code page 437 rendering for a BIOS. I don't even know what that is. We have like 3. It's like a linked list of lost. I lost Mustafa and then you lost me. Let me Google that though, because let's peep this out. I mean, the idea though is that it's not going to just be ASCII. I want to have this, like the renderer be something that's decouplable. So like if I want to actually just render to like a texture or window context, I can just swap it out and have it be represented there relatively easy and have the engine mostly intact. Okay, code page 437. I want to see the thing for IBM though. Oh, is it like a... Okay, I see. I'm doing some stuff with this. That's pretty sick. Yeah. But yeah, I want to have like this, this like... Even though it's like ASCII, the final product is ASCII, under the hood it's actually going to be, I mean for the first project it's going to be just simple 2D geometry, though technically it's still going to be 3D and have depth and stuff like that, but under the hood there's like more sophisticated and generalizable stuff that's going on, and it'll be fun to see how it progresses the more developed it is. Also, I just want to see if my idea for how we're going to structure shaders is actually good or bad. The way I decided to do it in the last iteration engine project, I wasn't actually quite happy. I was doing like this byte slab like allocator, which was kind of wasteful. So I think this is going to be much more purposeful and not have some arbitrary limits. And I don't know, I think it's going to be, I feel kind of positive about it. And I think that the big thing is that it's going to let me, when I'm writing actual game logic, to set up things in the world very easily, or set up like things like particles or whatnot very quickly and easily. Because of the ASCII code that can change a column of line the following character. Wait, what? Encountering a fun few rendering bugs because of the ASCII codes that can change a column and line that the following character appears on. Oh, that's weird. That's gnarly. Yeah, I was digging through some ANSI stuff, and I was kind of surprised by the weird, quirky stuff you can do with it. But that was just for the ANSI stuff. I'm not sure like how what you're describing seems even more gnarly. That being said, I'm still confused here. And why this is like skipping... It's like skipping every other pixel. Like, do I have to divide it by 2 or something? That sounds dumb. No, that's gonna expand it. Multiply by 2, my bad. Nope, that's not gonna produce what I want. Also, why is it stopping there? It should honestly be stopping. Oh, you know what? I should populate. I should set the I should still draw something, but just make it a clear character. Or actually, no, it doesn't matter because we have this whole clear buffer thing being called. Which, by the way, are we using it in the right place? That's for when we run it. Yeah, clear buffer, clear screen. Things are drawn at some point. And it works in Ribbon Done. It's nice to have another project that's like a nice source of truth for functionality for this, because I know with confidence that a lot of this stuff works in that project, so it helps narrow down stuff. I'm not diving too much into the old code or the implementation of it. Is the gradient stuff not working? I feel like this is something very simple, and yet you know what? We're only using one channel. That might be part of the issue here. Is there a max function for this? I think that's what we need to do. In fact, let me just confirm that actually. Oh, don't do it. Don't do this to me, Firefox. Don't you dare do this again. Okay. You scared me. That's how it began last time. Let's see. Oh, we gotta do our own. They aren't. Okay, I guess we'll just do some ternary stuff then. What's going on, Senkai? Glad to have you here, man. Oh, you're right. I confused ANSI and ASCII for a second. But it was a terminal rendered and both applied. All the CSI commands are the ones that got me. Ah, interesting. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. I'm probably have to dive back into it as well because I do want to try doing some coloring on here. And I know there's a way to do it, like... Yeah, there's color codes for Ascii. So I might legitimately just give this a try. They have preset ones. And you can set a bunch of other configurations on it. Oh my goodness. And yeah, Ascii escape codes. Yeah. I've been here before. I played your games. No, that's an Ergodox. Alright, it's keyboards. Oh, there you go. I got it. No. There's like a whole thing I went to before that had more of this. Oh, they have a bunch of color gamuts here. 216 colors. Oh, you know what? We have RGB components, but we would have to have a way of translating them to this. That's the thing I didn't consider. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Well, we'll worry about that later. 'Cause I don't want to think about it. I think I have some stuff though left over from when I was playing around with that though. I have to look. No, I don't want to, Mustafa. There's a whole thing for it. I have a command for it. Oh, brother. Alright, you have to make your own max. How are we gonna do this? I could just like hard code a thing here, but it might be just worth doing the... Actually, what was that post? Because there's a syntax they're using here. Like I use macros in C just as like a simple text replacement thing, but it seems like you define macros with like inputs. Type of. Like, well, I need to learn this C stuff, like the C macros a little bit more. But right now I don't care. We'll just do something simple. And that should be good enough. And then I think we have to do a flow cast the result as well. And I can't call this max, can I? Because that's a taken name now. Probably have to move it to... I have to make a math utility thing. Nah, but even with additional color value support, we're still having the skipping, so it's not that. It's not that. Oh, you know what? Is it going to the next line because I've made this too big? Oh, you know what? That might be it. Oh. So if I want to actually test this, I may have to actually do... Where's buffer? Nope. That's the N3 stuff. Yeah, okay, I think I understand now. Yeah, lowercase. I should really standardize this. I'm really bad at... I'm doing a terrible job right now at being very consistent with this. Okay, let's do a smaller. Let's even do a specific buffer size that's exactly the size of the image we want to render. Oh my goodness, that's worse. That's terrible. It's like all jumbled up. And this should for sure be like 32 lines wide, right? So, and am I doing the offset thing at all that I was doing before? No, we got rid of that. So it should be fine. So even this is like causing some issues. Oh, not anymore. But we're still not getting to the end here. It's like stopping. Okay, let's do something. We're not gonna do any of this. I'm just gonna... I want to see how big the board is that we're working with here. Okay, so that's what we're working with. So definitely have enough space for... Well, 32 is like slightly off, which is strange. But then that, like, why is that the case? Why does some certain resolutions fit perfectly fine, but then others are like, oh, am I writing over the new line characters? Oh, that might be what's going on. Is that what's happening? That'd be dumb, but... That can be what's messing up the formatting. I mean, we don't check for that. I'm surprised I don't have a thing to query the buffer as well. That's a bit strange. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do... Where do we do this? Draw buffer. In fact, we have a function called isValid. But it just checks like the mathematical like coordinates of everything. It doesn't actually validate and enforce that it's not a new line character. H-line, build word list, draw char. We calculate index up front. Heck, we can even do like a ternary in here. Nah, but we don't have to. We can... I like the more explicit logic of just saying, hey, buddy, you should not be doing this here. And this is supposed to be lowercase b. Okay, that seems to have fixed our issue for the most part. So we go back to over here and make this, and that's why when we change it to 32 or 33, it fixed it, but 32 it broke. What's going on here? Okay, cool. We can get rid of this. Nope, still happening. So actually, no, so it's compacted now. Better. It's only getting to like the halfway point and then just dipping though. And that's where I'm kind of confused. It's like rendering half the image correctly. Oh, let me catch up. We'll chat. My bad, guys. I'm working on C right now. CGCO. And what's going on, Jay Looney? What he said. Have fun. Imagine you can also implement loots for it. That'd be super cool. I'd like to do. What I was thinking is looking at that table, because the table they have here for the colors looks like loots. Like it seems like it's essentially loots. So like we can do like a 3D table, a 3D array, and or conceptually a 3D array, and we can have the RGB values be indexable into it. If these are like the way I suspect, if they're organized in the way I'd want them to be organized as far as number values are concerned, then we can just totally do that, and that'd be kind of sick. That'd be super freaking cool. It'll be kind of cool. At least for this, I'm limited by the colors. But if I do like the eventual, just drawing to a window target and actually just rendering color directly and not using a terminal, it would be cool to do that. You can like swap out color palettes. Well, not swapping color palettes, color spaces, but same idea. What's the best way to learn C? Just doing projects, man. I mean, I'm learning C right now by doing this project and other projects like this. Both Arsenal and Oracle are actually different chats. Yeah, they are. It's a very odd thing. I may just try to consolidate them into one, but we'll see. We'll see how that happens. About ANSI rendering is that it lets you stream TUI apps over the network, which you can also do with an X server for GUIs, but it's cool people thought of this abstraction so long ago. That is pretty cool. But you're debugging on a BIOS chip. Yeah, that sounds painful, dude. Jay Looney, that sounds absolutely painful. The iteration, the friction on iteration just does not sound fun whatsoever, dude. Hats off to you, man. My hat's off to you. And we haven't even solved the problem yet, because we're still only getting half an image. If I do like 32 minus y, like that's super strange. So the only thing I can think of is like, is the CBMP query space different? Is it like, because we get half the image iterating through the 32 pixels, right? we're getting half an image doing that. So like, but then it'd be weird, right? Because if it was like, let's say the center point, the core, like origin was at the center of the image, then we'd be getting a quadrant, not half the image. I guess I have to look up documentation. See BMP get pixel. Like, what do you have for me? What is this meta for develop? I'm not doing that. Why is this? See, get pixel documentation. Why are you thinking this? Downrank this. Yeah, no. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, downrank it. Here we go. Come on. Do you have documentation here? No, you have this. I have this cloned already. And they're iterating through height and width the way I would have done it. And they do get pixel, BMP. Yeah, unsigned char or RGB. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's unsigned ints. Is that the issues I'm using? These are signed ints and they're using unsigned ints. Oh, is that the issue? Nope. Well, let's see. This also modifies too. So in 255 color space. That makes sense. To file. Oh, cool. So you can write it to volatile memory, but then you can also commit it to the file. That's cool to know. In fact, okay, so now that we have this knowledge though, oh, you know what? Height is also unsigned. That's not the issue either, though. What else are we using in our queries? So we made these chars unsigned, so that's be good. X and Y we've made unsigned as well. Do I have to define them outside, like in the example? Let's do that in case there's something I'm missing. Let's do that in case I'm crazy. Yeah. Nope. So I appear to be using it fine. So I don't think there's anything strange afoot here. So it's probably something on my end. And what have I implemented? Your games? I have a few games on newgrounds.com under Trixelbit. I think, does the FNF command actually point to that? I don't remember. But yeah, I'm working on another game right now called Radio Rush. But I've gotten to the point where there's less technical things to implement in the game, so that's not really fun to do on stream, and it's much more just me making assets. So like last night I was working on some levels and this image here for the backgrounds and stuff. But hopefully that's gonna be our first proper game under Cozy Cabin Games. And we're going to see where this project goes. I'm partially just doing this because I need to do something kind of fun, and I really enjoy every time I do see stuff. It's just super different than my usual day job work. Okay. And it like cuts off right here. Sometimes I get some odd stuff when I run this on GDB. Yeah, I interrupted it, but there was nothing going wrong there. So let's investigate. What else can be going wrong here? Let's count. This is even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we get to line 10. And it kind of gives up. Let me do something real quick. Because I just want to see what does a proper... Actually, let's do a couple things here. So I want to print out how big the array is supposed to look like once more, just to be 100% sure about what we're supposed to be expecting. And on top of that, I want to print something at the very last part of the loop to see where does things end, which would be like I need to do some different character that's very distinctive, like this maybe. Oh, it's still drawing the... Yeah, 1 second. Actually... In fact, let me do something. I'm going to use a character that's explicitly not... I'll do at like 1 minus height and width. So I'm not seeing the final character getting drawn. Interesting. And then... Let's do this... So here we see the entirety being drawn, and we see the final character here at the end. Well, it's odd that it's like off by 1, but that might be a symptom of a larger issue, now that I think about it. Or maybe because the last character, I don't know. That's strange. But yeah, so when we do the early return, or continue and just populate things with X, we're able to get to the end here. And if I remove this and run it, we never quite see the ampersand, or not ampersand, the at symbol at the very end. It doesn't pop up at all. So what would produce that outcome? What would prevent this from being printed out? The first guess would be that the value we're putting back into the array is breaking stuff. So it's either like putting in some weird character, like a new line or something. But that's not really a possibility, since the gradient array that we're sampling from here does not have any weird symbols like that would break the structure. It can't be an error or like a seg fault, because that would have stopped everything entirely. And I do find it strange that when we try flipping the order in which we're sampling colors, that we only get like one smidgen and it disappears. So that's also very strange to me. Let me actually check something too. Let's draw at 0, 0. So you can see the start and end. So yeah, we're seeing the start here. Let me do something. Let me get rid of the clear buffer. I want to see all the outputs that are happening. And in fact, we're just going to run once. We're not going to do this infinite loop. That means deleting this doesn't really matter, because we're going to iterate through this once anyways. So yeah, it's actually not a big deal. I'm sorry, what? Why is it not ending early? It's still acting as if there's an infinite loop. I got the control C for the program to stop. So that's a little strange. Well, let me just comment this out. I don't think that's the culprit here. The culprit would be some kind of inner loop. Unless it's like iterating forever. That would be really strange if it's iterating forever. Oh! Do we not set this back to 0 at the top? Well, it doesn't matter, because then it'll just... These loops would be exited. So that's not right. What IDE you use? I'm using Vim right now. That's not an IDE. Usually I use Rider for my normal game stuff, but right now Vim is fun. Green screen. Thank you, T-Money. I'm glad you dig the green screen color today. The background and everything. It's pretty nice. The joy of getting cursor through serial after in a dark debug is so big. Add a debug mode that shows you the special characters ASAP if you want this whole category of problems to be easier to solve. Oh, and the line lengths and such too, since if you're using C strings, yep, that's the whole thing too. Yeah, the null terminating or null terminators, that's a whole problem. Wait till everyone does it now is to implement their own string type that has a length field. Less bugs. Yeah, that's a thing. I think in another project I implemented this fixed string idea. Where like, because I got this from like the native stuff from the Unity's Burst compilation collection stuff. But you can have like fixed string sizes that are gonna always allocate the same, like 128 characters or bytes or whatever. And then like you also have an indicator for length, so it shows like how much of that's been populated. Yeah, I did that. I was doing that. I did that in Riven Done. So I probably want to do. I honestly might want to just do this here as well to enforce boundaries and not be worried about it, and have like the new line characters and special stuff be added on the draw buffer stuff. I feel like this has to be something really dumb though. But I guess the clue that we have to work with is the fact that even without the even with actually, let me check something. Yeah, there's something strange here. It just feels so odd. That it's not like instantly. Maybe it is, and I just. No, because at the very end we do this, enable cursor, close the input streams handling stuff. Let me get rid of this too, just get rid of as much variability as possible and try to make this as simple as can be. Empty spaces are valid. Okay, let's follow a hunch. Let's try flipping this. And flipping it draws nothing, and not only that, but do we have to actually set a character in the buffers that are empty? Are they just, when I do clear buffer, am I setting it to like, is that what's, but that even then, we would still be going through the whole range. I mean, we could try to be, no, but we're also iterating through the valid height and range, which is 32. Yeah, this is so weird, man. I thought today's gonna be a much more straightforward thing to start doing the architecting, but dude, just loading a 32 by 32 image has been a problem now all of a sudden. I know it's gotta be something really dumb. Exorbitantly dumb. Let me change this gradient to be something much more straightforward. Like either, we're gonna just simplify this down to be like either you're on or you're not. That's it. That's all we're gonna do. You're gonna be a size of 2 instead. I'm sorry, what? Went wrong? What? Wait, what? What went wrong there? Oh, right. And it's not like this is a literal, so there shouldn't be. Do literals in C produce a null terminator? They shouldn't here, not for literals, I don't think. I'm assuming. And even if there was a literal, we're normalizing it within the value range of what we expect, so it can't exceed that based off our color value. Because the color value is always going to be 255. Yeah, we do the max operations, but that's like going to be the maximum value you can reach is 255. Unless they lie to me. Hey, what's going on, dude? Just noticed you use Kagi. How do you find it? Do you pay for it? Yeah, I do pay for it. I enjoy it a lot. Just build and task out. That's true. I should probably do that, Joey. Or Jay. My bad. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Kagi, though. Kagi's been good. Yeah, for searching stuff, it's actually been very... Things that are actually very domain-specific. It's very good. And it's very nice to get rid of a bunch of all the AI crap that I don't want to deal with, and it has very nice filters as well. So if you're looking for PDFs or a specific image or whatever, it's super good and easy to get what you want. What could I possibly want or do here? How Google used to work. Yeah, it's great. The only thing is that, like, if you're looking for restaurants near me, it's not going to do that because Kagi is a very privacy focused thing, so it's not going to store your, like, your personal information. So, like, I'll search for restaurants near me and, like, it would just show some random state and some some stuff there, some restaurants or whatever. Like, it just picks like a random location, but in a weird way it's kind of cool because it's like, oh, then I know for a fact you're not storing my information or anything. And then there's ways to like make it be narrow, but yeah. To rid of Google and AI, but I don't have a replacement yet for out of work things. Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it. It's it's nice because you can have as much or as little AI stuff you want with it. They have a whole thing for downranking websites based off of AI usage too, so that's a whole thing. Why your program doesn't exit ever though? Don't have an infinite loop anymore. Well, that's what we haven't figured it out. We haven't confirmed that. In fact, let's actually do something. Let's just do the simple. I'm done. So yeah, it's not looping. I think it's just it doesn't restore, but yeah, it does. It executes once. It's not looping. So that's good that it's doing that. You know what I could do? We can also print out the state of these values just to ensure that yes, X did iterate all the way and Y did iterate all the way. Yep, and so it does iterate through the entire range. Even if you're not seeing it here for some reason. You know what? Let me also add some additional guards here. I mean, I doubt this is the issue, but let's also add some additional special characters to cover. Yeah, not it. We did guarantee that X. All right, let's make a very robust log of everything that's getting written down. Now we're just gonna audit everything and get to the bottom of this. So, yeah, we have the final character here that's chosen. Oh, should it be unsigned or just... I should be using unsigned characters, shouldn't I? Let's first deal with this. Or wrote. Is it %C for characters? I think so. If it's a special character, how do you like print it so that it doesn't like that, so that it actually renders the actual character instead of the let's actually do a new line as well while we're at it. Maybe I should just print the number, the actual key code. What is happening? Dude, what's happening? Okay, so I don't think I was happy with what I've done here. It's not happy with. Yeah. Let's bring back the live stream. Yeah, the more I scroll up, the more unhappy it gets. Okay, so we're at the slices we expect. They're writing nothing, nothing, nothing. So it does iterate through everything. And even at the bottom row, it is drawing something. That's strange. So the bottom row here is drawing nothing whatsoever. At all. Oh my goodness, am I... Wait. Let me just validate the size of the sprite. I'm not crazy, right? This is 32 by 32. Oh, my stream is kind of dying right now. I don't know what's killing it. Perchance the Unity and Rider in the background. I don't know why though. I mean, yeah, I know they're beefy, but I should be able to handle that. That shouldn't be a big. Let's bring up G top. See what's killing me, or B top. .6 gigs, not crazy. 1.2 gigs in Firefox, not crazy. I don't know what they're saying. They're crazy. Okay. Refreshed. Yeah, things are just lagging like crazy, man. The journey to writing the debug mode. Yep. This is how it starts, Jay Looney. This is where it begins. It's just so odd that we haven't ever encountered anything weird, that weird, when writing Ribbon Done. So this feels very strange. It's very odd to me. I don't know why it is. Also, my computer's not happy with whatever I'm doing right now. I don't know why. What could be the issue, officer? What could I have done wrong? Also, this drawing from X. I think conceptually I want to iterate it the other way. As Y. I mean, it's not a big deal. Everything's the same. But let's actually just get this. Before we continue, are we skipping the nth break of the loop? What do you mean? Yeah, it should be fine though. It should be empty. Like, we populate the entire buffer. Like, this is just drawing stuff to a buffer, right? So we can iterate or not iterate through as much as we want. It should be fine because clear buffer and screen and clear screen should, or clear buffer should populate things with the valid information. Oh my goodness, dude, what is happening? This is going crazy. Am I like leaking memory or something? Because it shouldn't be that much for the size of the buffer they were building. It wouldn't cause that. So why is my system like dying, dude? Dude, what is happening? Like, my entire system is like frozen right now. It's super strange. We're like absolutely frozen. And my mouse is just busted now, completely like my. Okay, I think we're back now. I think we're back. Let me know if you guys hear or see me. That was strange. I don't know what happened there, dude. No idea what went wrong. That was like absolutely crazy. I have no idea what happened, dude. And you mentioned my swap went to 0 too, which is kind of sheesh. What happened, man? What happened? What happened, man? Absolutely killed your stream. Yeah, dude. 100% killed my stream. I don't know what happened. And it's like, it's so weird. Also, yeah, what is this coming? Why is the green covering up the screen? I don't know why that's there. Also, why is this here? Why is everything wrong? What happened? Why is this capturing the wrong? Why is everything trying to make me think I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. 1 second. What has happened? Okay, we're back to normal, I think. Okay. So let's have another fun experiment. Let's see, can we kill our stream again? 2 electric bugaloo. Because let's just run it. Let's just see what happens, dude. Use 55 gigabytes. What? Oh my goodness, it's like stuttering again. What was that, dude? Ascii's greater than GUI. It is funner. I love using GUIs. When you build assets off stream. Yeah, that's exactly what happens, Syndicate. Shame on me. Shame on me for that. No, but this is so weird. How? This has to be backwards. It can't be 55 is used. Yeah, it's flipped. I have these flipped backwards. Okay. Well, I'm gonna scroll up and hopefully nothing goes wrong again. Also glad to have you back, Syndicate. Hopefully the con's treating you well. Hopefully it's treating you better than this is treating me. I don't know what's going on here, man. I'm fine for my life. Can I do %D? And just provide final there as well so that we can actually see stuff. Is there something that's going wrong? Something that can go wrong is this input start, right? It's starting up a new thread. It's not going to create a bunch of memory though. It's just setting up a char. But I don't know, maybe some underlying thing is doing that, and then maybe every time I run it, it's actually not closing. In fact, you know what? Let's do this I'm done thing. Actually, no, let's leave the I'm done where it is. And then I'm going to do I'm done for real. So see if this is actually getting to the point where we do input close. So that's like the one thing I can think is causing bad things to happen. No, okay, so it says I'm done for real. But I've closed out the input close stuff. So let me bring it back and see if that's causing oddities. Ah. So that's where the hang-up is happening. It says I'm done, but it doesn't say I'm done for real. So I'm spinning up these threads that are just not stopping. That's my assumption. That's where I think things are going wrong. Or something is like holding here. Another fun thing to investigate. Let's see here. Is it within terminal utils? Or is it within... Probably here. You have input start and you have input close. We did p threads join. S input thread. I mean, seems fine to me. I mean, I have to look at the documentation for threads joined, but I think this should be fine. I'm pretty sure it should be fine. Unless I need to do like this. Do we have it commented out? Well, it's, if I don't actually set this to anything. No, input start. So yeah, build. Segmentation fault. Okay, so this is where things are going wrong. You figured it out. But also, I don't know why. Because this should be just closing the thread that has been opened already. I don't think we create any additional stuff. So why am I the bad guy? But fine, we're not doing anything with input right now. I'd prefer not to have my applications hard crash, so we're just gonna... I'd rather have my applications not say no more stream time for you and soil my sandcastle. So we're just gonna get rid of the input stuff and I'll deal with that later. And it closes normally and we're happy. We can debug this. We have information to work with. Beautiful. I can see the characters that are being outputted. And everything that's blank should be 32. That's the goal here. And we can see what's going on with the character. And here we're iterating. Did I change the order we iterate as well? I'm pretty sure we did. Do Y, iterate on height, and then we iterate on width. So we draw things line by line. That makes sense to me. And then yeah, this is before when I was like drawing over everything. If I bring it back in though, but no, we're not gonna do that. But and then we're putting out what we wrote. And then we draw to the buffer XY final. Let me see something. How am I drawing to the buffer? Or when I do... We just do the printf. We just do... we added that recently. Okay, we do the printf and then a new line. Okay. And then a pointer to buffer. Okay, so that's... nothing strange there unless buffer has something weird, but... no. Okay, let's do some more specific case stuff. So let's do like a, I don't know, like a 8x8 image that's easier to parse and see if it's actually drawing things correctly. Do like 8x8. We're gonna do this and then a smiley face. Let's save this here as test2.bmp. Okay, then go back to our application. If I can find it, there we go. We're not going to hard code our buffer anymore. We're going to just do width and height. We're going to do test2. What? Wait a second. We've been drawing test this entire time. Right, because we saved over that image. Okay. I remember now. Okay. So, yeah. Got nothing done. We iterated through from like 7 to 7. Hey, what is this? So from ranges, x, y equals 1, we have this 0 character. Is that a null? Is that just null terminator? Is that what's happening? There's a null terminator somehow sneaking into our image, and that's causing things to early return instead of drawing the full thing. Is that what's happening to me? Are they lying? Wait a second. What is this? I need to open up Firefox, don't I? Key code 0. Is it just a null character? Yeah, it's just null. Okay. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Somehow, a null value is appearing there. How that's happening? So let's actually go through it. We have the index values here, so we can actually just do that. So it's at y, x and y, starts at x and y equals 1. Finally. So x and y equal 1, passes this condition, whatever. Buffer.x, that's going to get overwritten anyways. We do this whole thing. Gradient size 2. And then, what do we have happen here? Sample the color values here. So we sample. So somehow, we're getting a null value from, or 0 value from our gradient that we're sampling, or we're indexing into. How that is happening? Let's find out. So we're going to do a thing where if value equals, or let's say 0, we can do the direct value code check, right? Let's print out. What are we going to print out here? We're going to print out percent %d, which is, oh, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to do things the way I normally do it. That's 255. Let's give a cast. So these are grouped together, so we're ordering that correctly. So we're good there. Times 2. Yeah, it's actually not much to fill in here. Color value. We're getting to it though. We're starting to understand. I feel happy about this actually. Oh, let's actually new line this as well. Okay. Zero. So when color is 0, divide 2, yeah, this value is going to be 0. That's value. But then we index at value 0 in our, oh, we're checking, no. We have to do this when final equals 0. That's what I need to see. And that doesn't get called at all. It's all 32. Are they making me, am I crazy? No, it happens here. It's t equals 0. Wait a second. 2 0 divided 255 times 2 equals 2. Is it something done based off of how I'm doing our casting instead of rounding? Is it due to how I'm doing this? So this is revealing something to me. If we're getting this null value, it's because even string literals in C do add a null terminating character to them. It's not an explicit, like, it's not an explicit thing. So that's one, it's not just an explicit array values. It's actually going to add a null terminator, I guess. That's what seems to be the indicator, because if we have an array of size 2 and we are getting a value of 2 and we index into that, then I'm assuming that means there's a third value, because keep in mind arrays are inclusive, so the first element is 0, the next one's 1, and then 2 is a third element. So okay, that's a reality I guess we're dealing with. And then second of all, we have this other bizarro thing that's happening here where 0 divided by 255 times 2 equals 2. And I'm pretty sure this is multiplication, and I'm pretty sure our order operations here are correct. So I'm willing to bet the oddities happening in either our float cast or int cast. let's get to the crux of this situation here, man. Let's just dive into it. So let's actually just do float. Actually, color value is already a float. So that's a redundant thing, is it not? And I do 255 as a float, but I can just do 0.0. I'm assuming that's how you do. Yeah, whoops. Redundancies. Or do I have to do and build correctly? So I'm assuming it has something to do with our int casting. And the int casting is happening on the total here. But even then, would this not produce 0? This is so strange, dude. Alright, let me catch up in chat. Sorry, guys. I got really focused in here, dude. Y2 final and print. Are you talking about this one over here? So, in C, Illusion Hawk, when you're printing out the data you want to have, you do a percent and then the type of data you're printing out. So percent %C means you're printing out a character, %D means you're printing out an integer, so on and so forth, right? The reason I'm doing final twice is that I'm printing final as a character, so it's going to render it the way it is. But if I render final as an integer, it's going to print out its key code instead. So if you look over here, you'll see that these two values are both final, but one's the actual key code character, rendered correctly. In this case, it's space. But then here we see the actual integer value. The reason I'm doing that is because there's some characters that don't appear correctly or they appear empty, and the only way to understand what they are or just distinguish them between like maybe a space is to actually look at the value that they're backed by, right? Their Ascii table value. So that's why I do final twice. That's why we're printing in two different ways, and that's how we're able to find this weird bug we're coming across. Though I guess it would have been clear just by having these things on the side, because then I would see an empty character. But then I was able to confirm what it is, and it's the null terminator, or a null character. And now I'm having this weird thing going on where color value, is it happening here with the max? Like is color value a weird? No, because we print out here color value and it's 0, so this is 0 already before we get here. So something about this expression going on is just odd. Is it because I was multiplying by, I don't know. I feel like math should just be math, man. But this is strange. That somehow 0 divided by 255 times 2 equals 2. Why is this? There's some weird C thing that I just don't remember or know. It was going to Erdna. So what did you decide for your new project? Well, we're still figuring it out. I just want to get the technical stuff figured out. I figured out some like architectural things, and I'd like to implement them today, but I can't really do that until I can actually get image rendering working properly, which seems to be not happening. There's some shenanigans going on here. The values here, though, at this stage should be correct. Color value is indeed 0. That's what you'd expect. And it worked in other values, too, ahead of time. So that's strange. And then 255. Let's see what the product of that is, actually. Let's just do color value. Oh, you know what? I'm doing something wrong because color value is a float value. Never mind. So I should do %F, I think. And now I'll produce something a little bit different. Yeah, I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was printing out the values incorrectly. So color value is 255. Divided by 255 is going to be 1 times 2 is 2. So I guess I just have to... So this can reach its max value, which is not what we... Which is fine, but the index value cannot reach that. So instead of doing times 2, I guess we have to do... our max allowed index range, which in this case would be -1. And there, okay, cool. This was the issue, guys. Oh, let's see this. Let's actually swap this out for the original test image. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's actually rendering. I mean, we have to do it backwards, but I'm so mad, dude. This was such a simple bug. And it's a concept, it was a logical bug. It's not something dumb about C. It's me. I was the problem. I was the issue this entire time. But we learned something new. We learned that this is actually a string literals have a null terminator on them. Okay, so maybe that's I can blame C for that, but that's a knowledge issue. That's a skill issue. I should have learned that or known that. So I bet if I build and then task out, yup, that's her character. She's there. Oh my goodness. And let's actually orient her correctly. So now I should be able to do where is it? Yeah, 32 minus y. Oh my god. I mean, I'm happy. She's there. Our girl, she's there. At the same time, dude, I'm kind of I'm kind of mad, dude. It was such a... Well, how many... I mean, the stream's been going on for what? Like an hour or two, dude? 2 hours. 2 hours because of a -1 that was missing. That hurts. Okay, let me catch up. P.S. Shocked there's no campfire emoji. Is there not? Nah, we taken. Yeah, we're taken. Taking out this trash. That is my code. No. It's working though. Okay, man. Speaking of Zero, I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, I mean, we're usually streaming super late. Yeah, we got a Senkai. Got rotated apple. One must imagine the apple within his mind. You gotta love them. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I ruled out the one off by one error. Because in my mind, string literals didn't have a null terminator. So if it was a one off by one error, it would have segfaulted with a... Because we access outside of the indexes range. But it didn't. So I completely ruled that possibility out. I said, like, this is totally fine. It's got to be fine. And it wasn't. It wasn't. It was not a good time. It was not fine. It was bad. But okay. We found out the cause of what hard crashes our computer, which is the input handling. So that's no bueno. And we found the cause of our rendering not working, and that's solved. So I'm happy there. And then I can just... Oh, I forgot. That's not a thing in just regular old Vim. Yeah. I have to do this. I mean, it's not bad either, but it's not as cool as doing that. So we're gonna bring back the loop. And we should be... I'm gonna get rid of all the debug stuff I've added. Like this. We're still doing bounce checking, but it's okay. Gradients. Yep, don't need that. Don't need this anymore. Now we can go back to simple life. We can be simple people. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this. Don't need this. Oh, we can keep elapsed time. That's actually kind of nice to have for debugging purposes. Okay, cool. And now she's just rendering constantly. I want to fix this because you see it, right? Like it's kind of squished this way. Like if you look at her sprite, she's not that way. She looks like this. Not this. I mean, when we do our recast stuff, it's actually going to be fine, but it's just going to be kind of odd. We have to think about how we're going to do rendering as well, because I don't want to do just black and white. So I do want to do a color space thing. That's a thing we do need to do. Let me look at the documentation for pthread though, because it's strange that this isn't closing when I want it to. So that's kind of important. Pthread join. Interface, pthread join. Examples. Okay, where's the examples? You pointed here with examples. Here we go. So thread info. What the FRTs. Struct thread info. Stir dupe. What happens in main? Not gonna lie, visually not parsing this at all. There's some error handling though. Okay, there's attributes you can destroy and attach to a thread. Dog, why can't we just have a simple... Okay, here, pthread underscore join tinfo dot thread id dot res. Okay, we're gonna do this. Pthread simple example. C. That's all I need. I just need the simple thing. It's gonna be fine. Threads plus I. Huh. One second, when we create ours, we're passing like a pointer, an explicit pointer, or an explicit address. Is that why? Is it like, Is that really the reason? Oh no, I don't know. I didn't uncomment the stuff back in. So we should bring this back in and see if this actually compiles or not. Segmentation core dumped. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming. Nope. This does require the address. Input listening thread. Yeah, we'll figure this out later. I want to do the actual architecture. Let me catch up, guys, in chat. My bad. A true lesson in coding. Yep, dude. I'm off again, boys. Have a wonderful night. I gotta charge my phone and shiver under these towels. Oh my goodness. You mentioned you were cold before too. Hopefully you're living, dude. A bath towel is an extra blanket. Oh no, Syndicate. Stay warm, Syndicate. Just wait for threads, I think. The threads have to get a signal to stop execute. Oh, Senkai, you're smart. That's exact. I'm not giving it that signal. This thread is just running. It's not actually giving it a signal to stop. Alright, how does one do that? How does one do that? Because I don't actually know. So we have this infinite loop happening here. I guess we could just have a global flag for just kill. Will this be enough? Oh yeah, return null, right? Oh no, there's some flu going around. Feel well soon. Oh no, that sounds terrible. Was someone here sick with the flu? I thought Syndicate was at a convention and was getting cold over there. Also, Kate, going great. We just fixed a dumb bug that took 2 hours to figure out. And it was off by one error because I didn't realize C string literals have a null terminator. So I thought I ruled out the possibility if I was accessing a certain index outside of the array because I was like, it would seg fault because I'm accessing a value outside of the array. But it turns out no, because there's a null terminator. So the array was 1 character longer than I expected. So it caused issues. But we found the issues, and I'm trying to figure out another issue that was happening, which was that every time I ran the application, I was spawning threads, but they wouldn't close when I killed the application, and that caused the stream to just crash, and I had to do a hard restart of this stream because of that. So we're actually trying to figure that out now. We're gonna fix that little buckaroo as well. What a great day. It's a great day to find all these bugs. Hey, he's better here and not, you know, out to the 6 people who are gonna play this Ascii game when it eventually gets finished. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. Oh, you're not happy. All right, int, not bool. I'm not sure if killing the application like that actually is gonna be good. Let me, to verify this actually did work, we did this, and I shouldn't card kill the application. I need to actually like, should probably add a quit button instead of doing that. And no, still doing the thing. I'm kind of scared to keep doing this because like it was causing issues. I would have thought that there'd be something for killing that. I don't know what's happening with the thread actually. I'm not sure what's actually causing the bad things to happen on my machine. I don't think it has to, like, I feel like the OS has to have a thing where, like, if the spawning process gets killed, it kills the associated thread. Like, I don't think I'm crazy for thinking that, so I'm not sure if that was actually the thing that did it, and I'm pretty sure I can just do kill like as a boolean or as a conditional true, but let's just be super duper explicit here. And then we'll do our did I make a function? I thought I did. Oh yeah, input get. Very good. So I'm gonna bring back the for loop, and we're just gonna do a key press check for everything. Hopefully you're doing well though, Kate. I'm gonna catch up in chat real quick. Try variable. So far, I'm pulling stock data and dumping it into a quest DB for my ML work I'm doing. That and looking good so far. That's pretty sick, dude. If you build C in an ID, you're insane. I like using console for building. Yeah, it's fun. If you build C in an ID, you're insane. What's wrong with the ID? I mean, it does have the magic green button that makes you like not know what's actually going on and making the build happen. Your scheduler should handle zombie process unless you're doing something kind of weird. That's what I figured. But, I don't know. Things went really bad really quick last stream. Maybe not really quick, but maybe I was just spawning too many things and the scheduler wasn't able to merc those zombie processes. What did I call it? What's gonna be our kill process thing button? E. That's fine for right now. And it closed for real. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. I can't understand you, Aptismo, but what's going on? That's nice. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, we're gonna do the race stuff too now, and the shader stuff. Did crash? Not now. I mean, the other day. Yeah, the other day. No, that was bad too. Maybe it was kind of part of that. No, I don't know. Maybe. It was weird. No, my graphics card was just going weird. Or the driver, at least. I guess my computer wasn't happy with me keeping it alive for months at a time. I joke. I jest. Actually, maybe not. It probably was a couple months. No. I did not keep it alive. I had to do a hard reset a while ago. Okay, so what do we have going on here? So last time we were actually talking about the architect and structuring of stuff, and I have some more ideas about how we're going to do things. And I want to start making some stuff. We're going to do a vector 3 or a float 3. We're for sure going to need that. I might try like, where do we have it? int2.h. Right, because I want to have floating point precision, so I think we're going to do that. You know, that now that I'm like furthering my walk into my own little land, I feel kind of tempted to just break rules that I've always been abiding by, like having capitals for structs. I just want to have something consistent where I can look at something and know, but I don't know. I also want to make it something that's more ergonomic for my to happen. I haven't made any fast or hard rules about what we're going to do for the style of this C. I know there's like C standard style guides out there. I want to do something that makes sense to me in my own little messed up programming world. All right, that doesn't work. This F3 thing doesn't. Oh, I forget. I could have sworn Vanilla Vim had a way of doing this, but I don't see it. Darn you, Dingleberg. I guess we'll just do this. Using floats or doubles. I'm going to use floats. 3D projection. I think eventually I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a 2D game first, but like it's actually going to be 3D still, but I'm not going to do... I'm going to make everything very much like aligned to the camera. Like it's going to present as 2D, kind of, for the most part. Yeah, actually no, we're going to do orthographic. Yeah, everything's going to be very orthographic and no rotation. So everything's going to be axially aligned and everything. And then I'm going to start, once I get that working and have the shader, or the way I want to handle materials work, and then I'm going to start thinking about how to make this more generalized 3D for a next project. But I think for this, since I want to have geometry in the world be of arbitrary, like be an arbitrary, like have arbitrary positions, right? Not anything snapped to any index or anything. I want to, or integer values. I'm going to use floats for representing both position and scale. And write it for others, even if you're used unconventional practices, this helps. Yeah, I think I actually have I have a doc here called, where is it? Style guide that I was starting to fill out, and I have some basic stuff that I'm going to be consistent with, which is like the Pascal stuff. The static things, I need to get better with that. There's some things that are static that I'm not dealing with. Like it's kind of weird because I'm kind of reinventing the idea of scopes, but instead of having it be like, C doesn't provide scopes, or not scopes, access levels, right? I'm kind of implying them based off the naming convention. So like I think I want to have things that, like functions that are meant to be kind of private, or just the implementation details have this underscore to them, whereas functions that are meant to be like API functions that are publicly accessible, they wouldn't have that underscore, right? So like something like this, which I'm kind of applying right now. I think there's some more things to it that I want to deal with. And same thing for globals as well, or statics or whatever. I can't spell camel, can I? But you get the idea. I haven't really, like, I'm still kind of, there's some more additional things where, like, functions that are tied to data types or to structs, I'm prefixing the structs to those functions, like here, for example, like simple up, down, left, rights, whatever. But I'm making, because I don't want to have to type something very verbose. I'm also like shortening things down. So I have this consideration of like, all right, if I'm already shortening things down, why not actually just use an abbreviated version for the struct? But especially for things that are like data types, like I could just, and I'm using very minimal dependencies, so I could get away with just making a F3 construct. But then that can be very ambiguous. Cause I think I'm gonna end up using like defines for certain things that might be like that. So instead of like, I don't know, there's ideas I'm thinking about here. Let me see here. See, macOS lets you choose not to update. That's beautiful, and it's a blessing and curse. Yep. I do a mix of K and R and some modern conventions. I'm not sure what K and R is. Is having space between the type and a. Just think it's more readable at a glance, in my opinion. I also hate having a bracket on a new line. Oh, like what I'm doing right now, like having the brackets here. You can do it, just do, and all names within the brackets are contained in their own scope. That with Ascii, unless you make some curse anti-aliasing. Sniping might make it easier, but doing a text-based AA is a neat idea. Yeah, you can do is just do names within the brackets are contained in their own scope. That have some edge case uses. Interesting. So it's working, J Looney, and it was off by one error because string literals do have a null terminator, and that's what got me. I wasn't assuming that, and I assumed if I was doing it index array out of range, I would get. I assumed a certain length for an array that didn't have the string literal, so I was assuming that if my value exceeded my expectation, I'd be getting a seg fault for accessing outside of the array range. But no, because there was an extra character, the null terminator, and that's what got me. I say we out of habit, but it is cozy. What is going on? End pointer name. K and R. Oh, like Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson and Rich. Wait. Look up compound statements and see. Let me search this up. What do you have for me? Compound statement, okay. So line I equals x plus plus, I minus minus. Example, I is greater than 0. Okay. I don't think I think I might be missing something. Maybe expression in C. Geeks for geeks, okay. Where are you at? Come on, Geeks for Geeks, where you at? There you are, learning and practicing C programming, Geeks for Geeks. Compound isn't popping up. There's scope rules, which I'm assuming might be related to what you're talking about. Where is the other option? I know they have a secret one. Yeah, thank you. It works in C. Oh. Okay, here we go. So we have int add, we have main, int value is uninitialized, not a block. Add 3, 4. So that's the starter blocks. So okay, I think of them as scopes. So where does this go? So I'm assuming there's, okay, so here we go. Inner nested block, end of inner nested block. The enclosing block is typically called the outer block, and the enclosed block is the inner block. Okay, so we have nested blocks. Conditionally. Yeah, if else, yeah. I feel like this might not be what you're talking about. Or I'm missing something. Example 3. Okay. Example 3. I'm assuming this is the third example. So to example 3, simple compound statements inside a function. Am I missing it? Because I typed in, okay, let me read. Wrong page. You said Geeks for Geeks, right? So I was on the wrong page. Okay, Geeks for Geeks, compound statements in C++. You said example 3, right? Example 1. Okay, there's a little tab with, or maybe I'm wrong. Example 2. Example 3. So what? There's just to have. Oh, I know. Oh, there's just so that you don't have variable collisions, right? You're talking about not having avoiding variable collisions. Okay, that's something different than the style guide stuff I was talking about. That's a thing in C# too. You can do. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was something else, man. What's going on, Minecraft Steve? Oh, and goodbye again, man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, let me get back to... Yeah, we were talking about the style guide stuff. Yeah, there's some conventions I'm thinking about. There's some things I'm thinking about here, but I think we're going to just get further into a project a little bit before I start making hard calls on this stuff. But yeah, because it's like... Yeah, I want to keep things explicit for myself. There's some things I break and change for sake of convenience, like this, doing this F3 shortening, but the thing is, like, I'm gonna know a few months later that float 3 is a struct, but I'm gonna forget what specific thing I did, abbreviation I did for these functions. So maybe it's better that I actually just be very rigid about naming everything and have long names, because then, like, there's a very explicit naming situation that's going on. There's a very explicit, like, there's no odd variability that's happening. Oh, I think I know why. I know why I have these shortened versions, actually, because, like, I want to have these simple functions that create a type, but I end up doing like a... Yeah, because I can't call it the same name, the function. That causes a collision, I think, for names. Unless it doesn't, I don't know. Let's just test this out. I'm pretty sure function names and variables and type defs all commingle and do not play nicely together. So if that's the case, then maybe I just have to accept I'm gonna make an abbreviated version for value types like this and just accept it. Yep, Rohit. Yep, thank you, Terrell. Appreciate it. And Draco, you guys got it. i3, Ubuntu. That's what I'm working with right now. No, you're good, Kate. It's good to know about this stuff, though. It's good to know about this stuff. That reminds me, though, there was an IDE called Code Blocks, and that was like one of the first things we used for learning C. And like every professor was like, yeah, this is a terrible IDE, but we're just going to use it right now to teach you guys stuff. Yeah. What's going on, Minecraft Steve? Alright, we're going to try compiling this, and if it works, yay, and if it doesn't, then we're just going to do the thing. We're going to do... That's how you do it, right? Float3.h. Are you going to build? No such file. You're a liar. Oh, because it's lowercase float3, isn't it? What's going on here? Oh. I thought commenting out the code would be enough. But somehow it's still being... Oh, no, it's not commented out code, it's this. Capital F. Okay. At line 18. Why are we unhappy here? Redeclared as a different kind of symbol. Yup. That's exactly what I was expecting. But I bet if I build it now, it's going to be fine. So yeah, we have to... Okay, so if I'm going to be interacting with the float3 struct through an alias, then I'm just going to do F3. That's just how we're going to live our life. It's just going to be weird because then, like, you have F3, but then, you, like, my little stint in Rust has me kind of conditioned to think of F32s, F64s, I32. And I'm introducing these types that are like I2, F3, maybe F4. So it adds this weird kind of ambiguity. I mean, it should be common sense that, like, if it's a power of 2, you're probably referring to the bytes. Except for this. This is ambiguous. An I2 and... I mean, is that even a type? I don't think actually, I don't think that it is. I don't think you have something that small. So yeah, I think we're fine, actually. I think we're fine. Maybe I4 would be weird. But I doubt that's going to be an issue. Maybe famous last words, but I think it's going to be fine. What do you think I'm in? What grade do you think I'm in? No idea, man. You still go to school, so that can range the gamut from like middle school to college. So anywhere between there, that's my guess, man. You'd have a name of Minecraft Steve, though. So like, Minecraft Steve makes me lean more towards the middle school era. Because the kids, they love Minecraft. Just broke 6 gigabytes of stock data and I'm only like 10% through. That's crazy. I really want to get better at Rust. It's just so backwards for me, man. Dude, I started going crazy with Rust. I did Rust for a long time. Like 2 years. That was like my main thing. And the thing is, like, it's just not... Like, I went from Rust to learning C++, right? And, like, I enjoyed programming so much more. Like, the thing with Rust is I ended up doing rewrites to improve performance in some different ways or improve ease of development. But then, like, I end up having to use unsafe more and more and defeat the whole point of Rust. So eventually I was like, okay, why am I still dealing with Rust? Like, I have this whole unsafe code, and yet compile times are still going to be long because there's all this extra borrow checker stuff they're doing that I'm not opting in for anyways. And then even with unsafe, like, there's just a lot of... It's not fun, man. It's not fun. It's not fun. I'm gonna need these functions eventually, aren't I? Yeah, we're using this prefix for everything. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna dog it, but like I just don't. I think if you're gonna commit to using Rust, you just have to say, you know what, I will abide and think and do all of my designing and architecting around Rust borrow checker. I will conform to the belief. What am I doing? Doesn't make sense to me. It's like trying to be something but filling a niche it can't be. It's like halfway between two things. Often you just break some conventions it sets. Yeah, like it's it's like if you live in a world like I don't know, like I don't know. Like if you need to iterate, Rust is not great. If you want to do super perf stuff, then yeah, you have to just do a bunch of unsafe Rust, right? Like it's like and then you can follow the rules and then still things go wrong, right? Like it feels like you're adding so much friction for development that and you're getting very little in return. Like I think it's like for someone like I think if you're at least for me, part of the reason I went to Rust is I wasn't as familiar with low level stuff and memory management and all that stuff, right? So the appeal of Rust is like, oh, I am bad at these things and I can stay bad at these things because I'm just gonna rely on how Rust does stuff. But then like as you implement non-trivial, I mean it's not even non-trivial things, but like as you start building architecture, you start running across all these different difficulties and friction points and everything, and it's just... And then once you start actually learning memory management and having ideas for how to do things, then like even then you start running against even more of that stuff. I don't know, dude. What am I doing here? We have delta x, you have delta y. Cubed, I guess, because I think the squared formula would do this, the cube root of these three. Am I wrong? Am I dumb right now? I'm not. Is it still just a square root? Or is it actually a cube root? I don't even know. I'm gonna have to deal with this later. I'm not gonna implement this right now. Because I really don't want to think. I know it's probably not, it's probably super simple. My mind is just not there. But yeah, like, it just stuck out like crazy to me because the stuff I wrote, like, I did months or like a year worth of like Rust work within a few weeks in C++. Or like and part of it's like yeah I know the thing better, right? So implementing the same thing again is just you're always gonna do it better, right? But then like I was able to do large structural changes to the code and it wasn't bad. Like I had freedom to actually massage the code or rewrite things, and it wasn't a painful, grueling process. And I remembered anytime I had to do any kind of like structural change or architectural thing, like it was just so painful. Using Rust Rover eventually like helped lessen some of that, but it was just and then like the code was super unreadable. Like super unreadable. Like it's a weird because when you actually look at proper like Rust production code that people are using, it feels like they're doing that Python mentality of like you know how Python, to write faster Python, you write less Python and just rely on like something else, some package that has the actual fast implementation done for you. Like it kind of feels like that. Like it feels like the goal is writing less Rust code and instead have something else take care of it for you. And rely on like some kind of like I don't know, some kind of functional or other kind of paradigm or a reactive thing like just other ways of handling it. some like layer level of abstraction so that you're dealing with the ELS and you end up writing like large chains of just dot function dot whatever. So it's just very odd. I find it very odd. F3 add FSLP. Like maybe I'm just a hater, but I really tried to like, I gaslit myself so hard to love Rust. And it's just, you know, when I eventually dipped, it felt like such a... I didn't even realize I had this huge weight on me until, like, I... You know, started using other stuff. But once you get it to it, you say, I use Rust, by the way. That was me at work. I was, like, always talking about Rust stuff with people at work. I was, like, trying to gas them up. Gassing, I was like, you should really try Rust, man. And then like the day when I came in, I was like, yeah, you know what, screw Rust. I'm digging C++ right now. And everyone was like, yeah, dude, the whole bar check, it makes no sense. Like, like I felt like they were entertaining me during my Rust phase. And then as soon as I came out, like they're like, oh yeah, all the Rust dirty laundry just started coming out. The Rust slanders just started spilling. Except it's not slander. It's like legit, and it's even something like almost advertised by the language. It's like, yeah, dude. Yes, Rust is a very frictionful language. That's a feature. That's a feature. It's square root in 3D, yeah. So I was thinking it's cute. It would have to be a cube root, not a square root. Python equals Rust. This would be nuts in Reddit. That would be crazy. Don't post it. I'm just saying, like, the whole idea of, like, yeah, the faster Python code is less Python code. Like, people that write the most cursed single-line Python scripts that embed themselves in an array. Like, man, I don't get how people nest loops in an array. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Evens x if x mod 2 equals 0, else odd for x in range. Look at this and tell me this is insane. That's the scribbles of a deranged madman. You're not right if you write that. You're not right. Life isn't going as well. So yeah, like I feel like the goal of weirdly enough, the goal of Rust is like, hey, you want to write less Rust, and instead you want to rely on like packages or crates, not packages, crates. And then you end up having this thing, because this is another thing I realized, is that like cargo is very convenient. I like the build system, right? But like it almost turns into an NPM situation where like before you realize it, you start adding a bajillion different dependencies to your Rust project. And like, so it's like I can understand why the creator of Odin deliberately doesn't want to have a package management system, and that dependency should be something a developer explicitly like decides to add and all that. But like, I'm not necessarily against some convenience, but it was crazy how I started realizing, oh yeah, it's having this thing where like you're having this nested turducken of dependencies just grow like crazy. I would not do that to you. That is way too common. We do Python at work, and that makes code so freaking unreadable. Oh my goodness, dude. Python and Rust are cool, but like, I don't know, Kate. Like, okay, Python I'm not going to dog on, because I think Python does fulfill a very specific it has a very specific purpose and it does it very well, and it's fulfilling a niche that needs to exist, right? With Rust, I don't feel that way about it. Like Python, I feel is actually doing something, it's filling something that's very important, right? There's people who are non-technical who do need to do some scripting, and that's fine. That works good. It's an approachable language, and if you're scripting some stuff, it's easy to just slap some stuff together and get something going. So, like, I'm not going to dog it for that. I think it's actually important that something like that kind of exists, right? With Rust, though, it's like, I don't feel the same way. You know? But that's just my take, right? That's just Cozy's. No, I'm not even like joke around and be like self-deprecating. No, my take is objectively correct, and no one can no one can prove otherwise. I think all this is correct. Add to Z. Yeah, like I don't quite. I think a lot of the C and C++ killer languages are just kind of, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it should not exist. I'm not gonna say that. But like I don't think it's I think now it's becoming load bearing, right? So it kind of has to exist because there's actual real things that are being built on it that need to exist in perpetuity. I don't know, like if it didn't exist, there's things that exist that can occupy some stuff. I don't know. I think this is fine. Let me build it. Yep, still works. Oh, my bad. I meant to do E. And it closed for real. Beautiful. And it did that. We're gonna ignore that. That doesn't exist. Okay, so we have our float 3. And now we can actually go back into our main. And actually, I can close this as well. Break. And I need to start separating this stuff out into other classes. But I like just starting off with just a file and then allowing it to grow as need be. I forget, do I have to do struct keyword before creating these fields? I forget, I think you do though. I'm gonna find out, let's just build. How come you don't use a new laptop? I do have a new laptop, and I actually have a new machine. This is the hardware is actually very new. It's just the peripherals that are old. Oh yeah, multiple var declarations. Yeah, that's insane. I don't use it. Python reflection? That's insane. I never even thought about that. So this is actually correct then. This is fine. Float 3, position, scale. These are just going to be things that exist in our transform. We're going to do some more things beyond this too. I'm going to couple collision with transforms because entities don't necessarily require a transform. That's an optional thing. That's how I'm designing this. So, but if you do request it, I'm hard saying you probably want to do some we're gonna do some collision test stuff. And then I'm gonna do the whole, add a whole collision system. I should probably just yoink the code from my engine project. But you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna rewrite stuff, because why not? That's fun. I think everything here is gonna be like a box collider. I guess we could do sphere colliders as well. But the idea of how we're gonna do rendering is gonna be a bit weird with this with the sphere collider, because everything is, for this project in particular, there's like, maybe we're not going to do this. This is going to be from when we eventually do the jump to generalized 3D. For this, though, we're not. I'm operating with the assumption of, like, everything has a box collider, but what's being rendered is actually a quad facing the camera. And that's just how we're going to live our life. That's just how things are going to operate. And then I also want to have a function pointer. So we have to modify this function pointer as well, for because we have to have some structured data for our inputs to our shaders. So there's going to be a general collision information one. I have to make a float too, don't I? I do. Gosh, man. I need a sub like yours. You can get it, Mustafa. It's not too expensive. I feel like, though, I kind of write JS like a crazed Python dev sometimes. I'm going to have to do the website rework, and I'm actually legitimately considering just doing... I haven't done a proper project in JavaScript in a long, long time. So I think everyone crafts in JavaScript. And I did some stuff with TypeScript, and then that died as soon as I encountered some weird JavaScript stuff that I didn't know. I did not want to navigate transpiled TypeScript code. So I think I want to do another project for the website that's just straight up raw JavaScript, and we're just going to see how that goes for us. And we're either going to be very happy or okay, happiness is probably not going to happen, but we're either going to be content that we avoided all the landmines, or I'm going to have an ignited rage that no one can quail. That's just how it's going to happen. We write Python like we would Rust, which makes our Python a weird, non-idiomatic Python. JS, I just avoid. I just do not want to touch it. I can't. I look as if when it doesn't. Yep. How do you guys feel like integer cache in Python? Wait, what? I don't know much Python, if I'm going to be real with you, man. I really don't. I did Python a long time ago for like a internship, and I did some stuff there, but that's about it. How do you guys feel like integer cache in Python? Forbidden, locked either way, and a mostly murky techno manuscripts. Yep. Integer cache Python. Alright, 1 second. Oh. Things are being weird. Integer cache Python. So what, does it like, does the interpreter, like, what, do they allocate a bunch of integers? For, like, what is, wait, what? Okay, what is happening here? Let's go to the answer with the person who knows what they're talking about. Python caches integers in the range of -5 to 256, so integers in that range are usually, but not always, identical. So what you see for 257 is the Python compiler optimizing identical literals when compiled in the same code object. When typing in the Python shell, each line is a completely different statement, parsed and compiled separately. Thus, but if you put the same code into a file, I'm sorry, what? 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 What am I? So what? It's just avoiding allocating another number that's going to have the same number that already exists? Is that what that is? Just to avoid like duplicate allocations? So that's why this line by line entry does not work, because it's actually straight up allocating a new value for B. But when you have a file and the analyzer can actually read through it, it recognizes that but why would no? But why couldn't that also just be done here? Like if you have a preset cache, oh, is it because it's it's weird that it's be different. That is a thing Python would do. So they cache a range, so it's cache increases performance. Yeah, because all integers are object singletons. I was not aware of that. That's wild, dude. It's like creates a pointer until it's changed and it's realloced. That is. I mean, I'm not gonna. The thing that's weird to me is just the not consistency between command line input versus the entire file, but I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue, since I think most people, I don't know, like I don't think non-trivial Python stuff happens in a terminal. I think mostly it happens in a file somewhere. It's just weird that you have to be aware of that. I mean, it's cool that they're trying to optimize it, though. It's just, yeah, it feels weird. Custom gotchas. See, you know, honestly, why are they trying to optimize Python? Don't optimize it. Don't optimize it. Don't do that. It's like telling a race car not to go fast. A criminal not to commit crimes. It's like telling a zebra to not be striped. No, Python, just own it, dude. Just own it. Just say, you know what? I'm just not optimal, and that's okay. People don't use that for me. You want optimal? Just install the package. In fact, get rid of integers from Python. Have a package for Python that has integers implemented for you. Every single call, every single interaction with an integer in Python is just going to be a call to some DLL. Do you like to read? I do like reading. Not as much as I'm not doing it as much lately, but I do enjoy reading. Gotta go fast. Oh, my time is today's, folks. Had fun. Went off bugs. Left for the win. Yep. You have a good one, Senkai. I'm gonna start laying down the groundwork for this render, this ray casting rendering, this super simplified ray cast rendering. Yeah, we're gonna do multiple void pointers here, buddy. Or do multiple. One's gonna be for the uniforms, and then the other one's gonna be for the ray cast hit query. In fact, it's not gonna be. One of them is not gonna be. Yeah, you're not gonna be a void pointer. We know what you're gonna be. You're gonna be a ray hit. A pointer to a ray hit. Or actually, you don't even. Not a pointer. You're just gonna be a ray hit value. We're gonna pass it in by value. You don't need a pointer. Gonna bounce 2 and 2. Yeah, it's all good, Kate. Yeah, that's cool to know about that. Thanks for bringing that up. It reminds me of like the whole V8 optimizations for JavaScript and trying to make that go super fast. I can already see this starting to grow a little bit, but I think so far we're still good. Transform. Struct color. This is gonna have to have some stuff. Like we're gonna have to calculate based off the geometry some UV coordinate, which is gonna be simple, but still gotta do it. Actually, it's not an int2. We have to make a float too. That's the thing we need to do. Let's just define a struct and then we'll move stuff around later. I think I'll just make a general. I don't know. Do I want to have a massive file? Maybe. Yeah, I think we're just going to do that. Gotta go. Sleepo. You have a good one, Kate. Take care. And thanks for popping in. I hope you have a good one, man. Have fun with your machine learning project for financial data trading. I should just go 3 replace with 2. And that should just work for the most part. There's some things I do need to do, like remove third value, but that's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I still feel kind of irked by by that whole bug. It kind of bothers me still, man. Not gonna lie. It was so simple and dumb, and yet took 2 hours of my life, man. Oh well. That's how you learn, right? Now I know that literals still have a null terminator in them. That'll show me. Okay, now we are float 2s. I can go back to main, make you a float 2. Beautiful. Done. There's also want to have a float 3 world position. Hey, what's up? What you doing here? Yeah, I'm doing like what Terrell said. Ascii display or game. I'm making an Ascii game engine, and I'm writing the renderer right now for it. We managed to get like some image running. Oh, we have to fix some bugs though first. Let's see, expected. Before I can, let me fix this real quick so I can actually at least show the render. At least a basic image render, but there's much more to do. This thing's not right here. Why aren't you happy with me? So it's not happy with a void pointer. We define this this function pointer that should take an array hit. Oh, because this has to happen. I have to define this ahead of it. There we go. Okay, cool. And that should go away. Partially. We don't define the float too. I have to actually input that as well. Okay, we're back to here. And that's working. Try building again. One less error, but now we have this type def. Issue 63. Why are you mad? Right, because you're supposed to produce a color. That's the goal here. But you're still mad about this type definition. Okay, so we're good there. Still have this expected issue here. This void pointer. I don't know why you're not happy about that. Oh, I have to do struct, don't I? Yep, and that went away. Okay, perfect. No, I don't use AI for coding. Yep. It's coming together though, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. Why not? A bunch of reasons. But you know, a fun reason is you don't say, hey, dude, I don't want to eat my meal. Let me just blend it up and then, like, pour it into, like, a tube that goes into my belly. It's like, nah, man, I want to enjoy the meal. So that's one reason for it. I actually enjoy programming and solving problems, and I'm not going to have AI taint that experience for me. What's going on, Tamerka? What's going on? It's coming together. Alright, now we can actually build it. I think I already built it, so let's actually just... Cool, so this image gets rendered there. A little offset, but I think once we have the ray throwing, the ray cast and stuff, it should be... No, there's actually something we have to do fundamentally to deal with this. Maybe the scaling aspect will help with that. Yeah, I think scale might be a way of... No, but I want to deal with this at like the output level. Like, I almost feel like I want to double the buffer, but stretch the image out. It's not going to be a perfect pixel per pixel thing, but I don't know. Have you a nice little while. All right, you have a good one, Tamerka. Thanks for popping in, though. I appreciate it. Because I've been trying to get into code, and AI has been... I mean, I don't think... It's a Faustian bargain. I think me not using it, even at my work, or even on personal stuff, too, I end up learning things that I wouldn't have learned had I used it. People enjoy stuff nowadays. Yeah, exactly. Like the goal is not the point of this. It's the destination. That's how you learn and grow and get better, man. It renders everything from Ascii. Is this for a new game, for the race game? No. So I'm still working on the race game. I still have it in development. I usually do a lot of... I've been doing a lot of... So that game... I've gotten to a point where there's not as much technical things for me to code, and there's more like assets that I have to make and design and stuff like that, right? So that stuff I don't really do on stream. I like just doing coding. So I'm working on that off stream nowadays. There'll probably be a few streams where I do bring it back on and do some development on it since we're getting closer to the end, but there's less technical things for me to worry about. So in the meantime, to treat myself, I'm working on this little Ascii game engine that I'm putting together, and the idea is that this is going to be a software rendered game, and sure, I'm outputting the terminal, but I'm designing it so that I can swap out the output component and make it so I can directly draw into like a window buffer, right? Or render and draw into like a buffer for like a graphics API and then display that or whatever, right? Like the mechanism for output, I wanted to make it very agnostic so I can output the game however I want to and have that just be a separate discrete component. Yeah, and who knows, man, maybe I'm thinking more and more I really want to try doing that small limited run game console. So having super absolute control over this stuff would make things super helpful on that front. So actually, I'm trying to, because we can implement the rendering stuff, but I also want to figure out what's going on with this, or not what's going on with this, but rather how to space this out so that we can have it look the way it's supposed to be, like this. Hello. Okay. Can we scroll up and see the image? Oh, I can't. You get the idea, though. Have it look like this and not squashed as much. I think a simple thing might be just doubling the pixels in the output and stretching it horizontally. The thing with TUIs, though, is that, like, I can kind of enforce certain things, but things like font are kind of very variable. Not kind of, they're variables, so people can have whatever fonts in their terminal. So that affects things as well. I could try using like characters, but space is a big issue. One second. What made you understand programming to a fundamental level? Continuous practice and spec. Yeah, well, not less so specific. I guess specific just because I want to learn something, but usually it's just grinding on my own personal time, working on code projects, and I think especially in the when you're learning, it's very helpful to just switch projects. Like work into a project, and then if you find something else that captures your interest, then go to that and then increment and work on that. I think chasing your interests is going to be super helpful for learning. And then once you start when you feel confident in the knowledge you have, and this is what's going on with me, right? I've iterated through a bunch of different projects, and now I feel like I'm at a point where I know everything I need to execute a proper game and finish it. So, or a proper game. So now I'm actually committing to like projects and seeing them through, regardless of if there's other things I want to work on or whatnot. Like, now that's the thing. That's the test I'm going through. Is can I actually finish something I start? I finished Games before, but nothing quite as complex as what I'm working on off stream right now with Radio Rush. And there's more complex games I have in the pipeline as well. But if I can't finish Radio Rush, then like, dude, how am I gonna finish anything else more complex than that? Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that later. The scaling issue. Going back to this though. You have render. You have shader programs. You have a standard one. You have shader. Funks. And then the one thing I think I'm gonna do, that's gonna be a little controversial for me, is have a void pointer data. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. And it's gonna be a pointer to data for the shader. It's a void pointer because the shader is gonna know what type of data to expect from it, and it's gonna be a responsibility of the entity to actually mark that correctly. And then given this, I honestly, I can start like making some functions right now for how this is going to look and then start setting it. It's going to be a static thing, so I can actually just set the code here for, we don't need renderer. That's not a thing anymore. All we need is shader, which is going to be the container for all these fragment. Yeah, fragment functions. This is compile. There's issues here, line 43. You're not happy. Why are we not happy? I want to make an array of void pointers. But am I doing it the wrong way? Or do I have to not include struct? Oh, I have to not include struct. Okay, because void pointers can be anything. Okay, that makes sense. For me, it was just building stupid projects. School makes us build corporate slop. I learned more by building the most practically useless stuff. Yeah, I can totally see that, man. I've gone through that too. I think I got very lucky with my job, because it's like the one, maybe not the one, but one of the few programming jobs that where I was implementing things that are not like business logic software stuff. It's like very interesting, unique, and intensive things. So I actually had to learn a lot more. I had to tackle some interesting complexity and then deal with graphics and all that kind of stuff. And I was, with people who knew much more than me about this. So I got to learn a lot through osmosis or through tackling certain problems. Or being assigned problems that I know that forced me to learn new things, let's say. That's a better way of describing it. Shader data. You know what? This is dumb, because this is still the name. Okay. But yeah, like I feel like 90% of programming jobs though are not quite that. So you have to substitute or subsidize your own growth and learning by just working on personal projects. And like I know my first year, even though my day job was very interesting and was teaching me a lot, I still came home and spent another like 4 or 5 hours grinding on personal projects and trying to just catch up on knowledge that I didn't have and needed to have in order to do my job better and better. And now I'm more in this stage of like self-indulgence where I'm like, there's things to learn, of course, but I feel relatively comfortable with my knowledge level, and I'm doing things that I think are cool and interesting, and not necessarily because they're going to teach me something specific, though. You know, most projects I work on, or all projects I work on, I end up learning something new. But there's a lot of projects where I'm just like refining what I currently have. Shader programs, this. Can we initialize this with like actual function pointers? That's what I'm wondering about. Define max textures. Yeah, that's a thing we have to deal with. I don't know what we're gonna do with this. I might hard code this. I might not. I don't know. I'm probably gonna do some shader atlas stuff, or texture atlas stuff, so that might help as well. Then we have an animator as well. That's another thing we have to deal with. So I think this is all, a lot of this is going to fall within this session level data, or volatile data, let's say. Data that exists just for a session, doesn't need to be persistent across play sessions. I think so far my thought process makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make call it session data dot c, or no, dot h. I'm going to start moving a lot of stuff there. So stuff like max transform count, I'm going to move there. Color should be its own thing too. I might include that with float 4. It's like something you can cast between. Yeah, I might bundle that with the float 4 thing, or maybe make its own thing. I don't know. Okay, going cute. Remain included in types. I should make like a general primitives, a header file that contains all these things. Thank you, Chimera. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Also, what's going on, Lakshmira Mar. Hope you're doing well. Nice, man. I'd probably just go for the money route and be a corporate dev building SaaS systems. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I could actually handle that. I think even with a job that I find interesting and is doing something cool and doing something that I think does benefit society, or at least it benefits society in a way that seems obvious to me. Even then, sometimes I struggle with like just going through with it, man. Like just chugging through work. And if I struggle in like an ideal scenario, I'm not sure how I'd handle a normal corpo software development job. I'm not sure how I'd be able to handle that. Makes me a little concerned. What's going on here? What happened? My struct? Someone ate my struct. Okay, I accidentally deleted part of it. It's okay. Okay. Okay, shaders, all this stuff. All this fun things. And these considerations are going to be in this session level data. For specific stuff would unlock the blueprint behind coding, but I guess it's all about grinding in the end. Well, I mean, there's some specific stuff. I think if you really want to get good at programming, you should learn like C and learn the basics of how your computer works. Like understand like the basic stuff of like you're gonna have to learn the basic stuff like data types, understand what functions are, basic indirection, understand things like loops and flow control. That stuff you're gonna come across, and then eventually you're gonna learn about structs, and then you're gonna start learning about allocation and memory management, and learning about like what the stack is and what the heap is and what the difference between them and how do you allocate to the stack versus how are you allocating to the heap. Even that simple consideration, a lot of people don't know. Like there's a lot of people who program who don't know what that is or why it's important and why it's relevant. Yeah, learning about references and pointers, I think that's very important and beneficial to know about. You're gonna learn about it. Like this is what happened to me. Is like you're gonna learn about these things and you're gonna know it to some degree, but you're not gonna be fully firm on any of this stuff. But as you do projects that require you to use that stuff, you're gonna start getting more and more familiarity, because it's one thing to learn an idea in a textbook. It's another thing when you do it wrong like 50 times and a compiler slaps your hand and eventually you just start getting it, because all of a sudden you start typing code more confidently, because once you've seen an error enough times from a compiler, you know, that you don't do that there, right? This is where I use a pointer, or this is where I use an ampersand, this is whatever, right? Yeah, and then learn how to use a profiler, man. I think that's also very important. That's gonna come down later, though. Like a lot of what you're doing early on is just learning tools, right? And eventually you're gonna start using tools to solve problems. And a profiler is gonna be a great way of indicating how well is a tool you're using solving your problem, and do you have to do something different. That's why a lot of CS education has a lot of emphasis on like time and space complexity, because at the end of once you get into the weeds of it, especially in high performance stuff, you're gonna start encountering things where you have to make considerations on speed and space, and it's a very helpful way of looking at stuff. I'm working in C right now. I'll build a stupid 3D cave sim in pure OpenGL. The goal is just to do a nutty putty. Oh my gosh, nutty putty. That sounds claustrophobic and scary. That sounds like a fun project. Why didn't you still start a company? Yeah, I do have a company. LLC. That's the company name. Start company LLC. Actually, it's about 3 hours ago. LLC. Nah, it's a whole thing, man. I do games just for fun. I like to make some money off it eventually, but the primary thing is just for fun and my own personal growth and edification. Okay, so we have this whole stuff set up. We have the transform idea. We have a raycast hit. Cool. I could just make these stuff global. I could just do that. There is a consideration for like levels though too. I don't know, like there's maybe I should just do globals instead of making this whole session data thing. But I like having a specific thing that contains this information. But if it's gonna be like unchanging, I might just do that. I don't know. No, I keep forgetting my face pops up on the side when I'm reading chat. Yeah. This is the question, right? I could make a data that contains it. I kind of don't want to though. I think most of this is going to be just global anyways. If I do the global definitions, it has to happen down below though. Very interesting how C works, right? All the important stuff is going to be at the bottom. In fact, actually, now that I think about it, we have... This is like a struct that just contains transforms in actuality. And the index based off of that. So you have transforms. And that's just going to exist statically. And then what else are we going to have here? Shooter programs. Yeah, that's going to be a thing that exists. Type abstract shaders. Yep. Texture things I'm not going to worry about. Oh, maybe I should. For now, right now, no. Ironically, I finished my CS, but ended up doing something completely different. I was always curious about learning coding, though, but not curious enough to actually do something. I mean, it happens. Thank you, Lakshmire. And let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun finding the bug, man. Especially bad, hard ones. And when you find it, you have the you internalize that. You learn it forever, man. Yeah, YouTube ES. There's funny. There's someone I work with at my job, and we both studied. I studied IT, and they studied CS. But then we ended up doing the opposite. We swapped jobs and did each other's job. So I studied IT, but I ended up doing a CS job, and then they studied CS, but started doing an IT job. I mean, they're very related, though. I mean, yeah, kind of, but like they're in the tech field, but it's still kind of we laugh about it. They took our jobs. Where did you buy your keycaps? I just got it from Amazon. Nothing crazy. That's why you have keys that don't quite make sense, but it's alright. So, raycast hits, UV, let's be UV of the collision, and then the world position of collision. So it's just going to contain general collision data. Okay, so we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to do like some very important functions. So we're going to have one for, I guess there's a bunch of other things you have to consider. Because like, we have to have an idea of living or not living, right? Is it entity or is it transform? So we have like this whole idea of like an entity, right? And that can be a player or enemy or a tile or whatever that's going to live in the game somewhere, right? And then we have, they can create transforms, which that's not a great word. I think I'm going to call them colliders or something. That's more apt to what they are. And colliders can be rendered and the way that's going to work, the sequence of events that's going to happen is that from the camera we're going to iterate through every single pixel that's going to be rendered on screen, right? And they're going to potentially collide with a collider, formerly known as transform, because we're going to change this now. I think I prefer that term better. I don't know. And from there, it's going to have some kind of pointer to shader uniform data, which is going to be stored in the entity or whatever. And using that same, once we find the collider we hit, we can use the same index, I think, for the renderers. So they're going to be bound together. No, they're not going to be bound together because the renderers are like the shader programs. So no, they're not bound together. So how are we going to call the function? Oh, I guess we have to attach a. I guess this render program we want to attach it to yeah, because we're not doing the rendered. We're not going to act like there's material instances. That's not a thing. Instead, conceptually, uniform data is going to be within the entity, right? So. This is going to be kind of odd, but it kind of makes sense for what I have envisioned. So not only is the collider going to contain like the shader data, so it's like something different. It's not a collider. It's used for collision, but it's also other things. Like we're binding these things together into one thing because that's how they're going to have a joint responsibility. Collision and render information for the raycast tests. So I would also want to have this no, okay, we don't have to do that at all. This is actually fine, and we don't have to do this because I'm gonna have I think I'm gonna have the shader data also include what function. Yeah. What function to use for this rendering? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's gonna contain like an index or something. So yeah, camera shoots rays. which collided with the collider, which then goes into the shader data and calls the fragment function. Yep. That's how it's going to work. There's a bit more involved to it. Actually, no, that's... Oh, no. Yeah, there's no... This is the general setup for everything. And then, like, the complexity is going to be in the actual queries. So we have to have, like, a whole... The thing we need to do here... I don't know, there's a lot of stuff. Dr. Light Reploids. Dr. Light's Reploids. More like Repliforce. I want to play Mega Man X4. I haven't played that. I should probably commit this. I should probably make a repository for all this stuff. Maybe I'll put it on Codeberg and make it just open source for right now. I think I might just do that, honestly. Like they say, code is just reliability, right? But yeah, so far this makes sense to me. So there's things that need to happen then. So we have like, we have to have a function that's going to return it int. I don't want to have like an int index though. Like I'd rather have, I don't know. I would just do int index right now. Request trans. We're gonna call it transformer collider. I need to make it. This thing does a lot of stuff. So it's like a collider, but it's like a surface as well. What do you call that? A surface? No, it's not just a surface. It's kind of like a transform, but it's doing this other thing as well. What would you call that? Something that contains transform information. That also contains information about how it's going to be shown in the world and like. It's almost what an entity is, but like. Entities are going to be a specific thing that's going to contain like a... Or I guess this can be an entity because like all the quote-unquote entities are going to be they're going to be like their own class. There's no inheritance or polymorphism or whatever, right? Like there's going to be a player and there's going to be a tile struct and there's going to be like a, you know, an enemy struct and whatnot. I'm not using an IDE issue. I'm using just a Vim. Torelli called you a bot. Well, that's how consistent he is. My boy. Oh, man. Like collider, transform, all this stuff has very specific connotations. I guess I'm just gonna call it an entity, but then oh, it's so weird, dude. I'm gonna leave this for right now. We can refactor later. No, we're just joshing YouTube, yes. I don't think he took offense or anything. Yeah, it's way more than a transform. So it's going to request one. What other functions need to exist? It's going to return the integer of the object it collided with. And we have to have a float through 3 position and direction. And it's going to return something. In the worst case, though, it returns -1. It doesn't hit anything. There's going to be more that's required, like certain tags. Like maybe we don't want to have collisions with other certain things and so on and so forth. But for right now, this is how it's going to be. As for this, we have to have another field here, and that's going to be I don't know, alive or reserved. It's going to be a primitive. It's going to be like an int, I think, or a char. I just think a byte. It's going to be a Boolean value. That's all it's going to be. Actually, I'm spacing this incorrectly. The type is here. Actually, I spaced this one incorrectly too. This is the type. Why do you do 2 minus 1 instead of just multiply by 1? For what? Bishu. Let's see here. So is max transforms, yep. And then transforms, no, transforms. Transformers. Okay, we iterate to them. We find one where yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this style. False, then we're going to mark it as true and return I. Otherwise, we didn't find anything, so we return -1. What do you do working for? Just to make an Ascii game thing. That's what's going on, Rory O'Neill. Hey, man. Lord, don't... Remember, I used to be butt as well, too. And even then, I'm just because I can, like, navigate and type fast and stuff doesn't mean I'm actually good. There's, like... The bottleneck of programming isn't, like, inputs. It's, like, thinking and solving a problem. So like there's people who are really smart that and good programmers who, you know, don't navigate like that, or you know, don't use Vim or any of this stuff, and they use Light Theme and they use a mouse, and You know, and they make some really good sophisticated code or solve some very complex problems. So, and then keep in mind, I wasn't always like this either, man. It took time until I got comfortable enough with these tools and these ideas. So yeah, don't knock yourself, all right? Between Ascii and C23, I'm still learning, so don't be surprised if it sounds dumb. It's not dumb, a dumb question, because I actually don't know that. I actually don't know the difference between Ascii and C23. I mean, Ascii is a specific standard. So like every single character you see has a specific name attached or specific number to it, right? So value table. So we search up that, you'll see like a table for all these different characters that have very specific numbers associated with it, right? Where is it? Yeah, so you can see the symbol here and then their decimal values and whatnot. I think 32 is space. Yep, space. SP stands for space. I imagine what you're describing as C23 is probably something else like that too. Oh, let's see though. Let's see. I'm assuming it has a value table or is a value table. Also, why is my computer slowing down like crazy right now? Oh no, is this just a C version? No, that's something else. That's okay, what's happening? My computer's slowing down like crazy, dude. Why is my computer dying right now? I don't know. This is the second time it's happening. This is super weird. Like specifically my mouse, it's unhappy with it. So I don't know. Yeah, look at that. Come on. What is happening? Why is... Okay, guys, I might be like forced out of streaming soon because my machine is dying right now and I don't know why. No idea why it's happening, so in case I'm forced out. What is going on here? Where's my... Yeah, it's not RAM. I have only 8 gigabytes used, 53 available. CPU's at 16%. What is killing my machine right now? What is happening? Check CPU gigahertz. Oh yep, CPU's climbing up for a second. What's going on here? Yeah, what's killing me here? It can't be a zombie process from like it shouldn't be from the early one of the application. So something else is going on. Maybe like some dumb update or my mouse is kind of back, but it's not responding to things very well. Network, upload, download. Yeah, everything seems relatively low. And fine. My mouse keeps disappearing. Is this? I don't think it's actually like. I think it's just something done with my setup. Like there's some weird driver issues or something. Yeah, it's the second time this is being weird. Yeah, CPU's growing like crazy. What's spiking it like that? Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Why like my computer just dies for a second. Yeah, no surprise OBS and then this, but is there anything Xorg? Nothing crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know why my computer's like periodically just dying. Like the loads are not crazy. Check C drive. Should be fine. Still plenty of memory there. Yeah, I'm trying to survive it, or nah. I don't know why it's I've also had like this machine for a long time, but I don't think the components would be dying. Well, I'm just streaming to OBS. I'm not actually downloading or recording this stuff. So I'm not sure why it'd be weird like this. Try to reboot and update. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some checks or something. It's very strange though what's going on here. Very, very strange. It's only time when I go to Firefox that I start seeing it act weird. When I'm in terminal, it's like fine. Life is good. So I don't know. Maybe Firefox is bad. Maybe Firefox is just a crypto mining operation. I missed that in the latest updates. Yeah, we're gonna do a terrible implementation of this, but we're gonna do a better one later. Actually, I'm just gonna leave this unimplemented right now. I'm just gonna add skeleton functions. Raycast. Shader programs. Yeah, okay. So we have a bunch of stuff here. Color flow 2. So now I'm going to do oh, I forgot a cap. I need to be consistent with this. I don't know. I'm going to have to sit down to myself and have a meeting to determine how we're going to render stuff. or how we're gonna name things correctly. Because right now I'm kind of all over the place with this. Can I build? Kind of scared to build and run this. Isn't known. Why aren't you known? You're just a function. You just contain function pointers, don't you? Are you not just function pointers, Sonny? Yeah, that's how much you should be. You should be known. Why aren't you happy about not having? Like, this is not known. It's just a void pointer. So how is shaders unknown? Isn't known. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. I guess I haven't had function pointers as a... I need to check something else out. Do commands actually... oh, we have a fixed string thing. Cool. Create task, do... Where do we define structs? State, command, create. I don't store you as an actual... Right, the command stack would have that. Okay, here we go. And yeah, this has it. Command function do and undo. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Now the question is, how about an array? Oh, I make a struct that contains the function pointer. So this is not an array, but the outer object that contains it is an array. Interesting. So for me, how do I go about doing this then? I want to have this be... Oh, wait. I mean, I don't think that's the missing link, but who knows? Yeah, no, that wasn't it. I tried, though. Actually, that was the issue. It's called shaders. It's just called shaders. There we go. Okay, cool. Nice. And Brave. Yeah, but I really want to use something that's not built off of Chromium. What's going on, Soman? Or Somin? Making a AAA type story game in Unity, but models and animations are created in Blender. What's your opinion on it? I see no issue. I see nothing wrong with that. Motivational life. Unity is capable of that kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's totally feasible. I mean, as far as the tools are concerned, As far as the manpower, knowledge, time, that's a whole different question. But I wouldn't knock anything with the tools. Can't open Firefox help. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see. Also, what's going on, Cornelius? I didn't spot you here, man. Opera GX Spyware, yep. Brave Rules. Yeah. I just curl every website I visit. Read the raw HTML. That's all you need, man. That's all you need. Who needs CSS and JavaScript? Okay, guys, I'm gonna call stream here. It's getting late for me. I'm gonna have to make a repo for this on Codeberg, and I'll probably just open source it. I don't know. Have you heard of a game jam? Heard of the game jam by Unreal Engine? No, I haven't heard of the game jam if they're hosting one, but I probably don't want to do. I'm probably not gonna be interested in it. That's all I need, Lord. Alright, and now as soon as I start interacting with other windows, it starts like freezing and lagging like crazy. That's crazy. I don't know what's the issue here. Yeah, internet's going down. Alright guys, on call stream here. Thank you guys for watching. As always, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye.